call this regular meeting of February 13, 2025 to order. Thank you to the live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us tonight. We are also live streaming our meeting. If you're here in person tonight, you got to meet our talented Edgewater Elementary School artists and see the artwork they created with the support of their art teacher, Colleen Lamb. It is always a pleasure to connect with students and see firsthand their extraordinary student experiences. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate?
Here.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Here.
Ms. Parker?
Here.
Ms. Reed?
Here.
Dr. Varda?
Here.
Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Is there a motion regarding tonight's meeting agenda?
I move to approve the February 13th agenda as presented in board docs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any objection? It has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda of February 13, 2025 as presented in board docs. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
The agenda is approved. Every month, the Board of Education has the pleasure of recognizing students, staff, schools, and community members for their achievements and contributions to our community. Now, we will move into honors and recognitions. For our first recognition of the evening, I will hand it over to Director Reed.
Thank you, President Parker. For the first recognition of the evening, the Board of Education is pleased to honor our Social Emotional Learning, or SEL, Department therapy dogs, Odin, Lily, and Duncan, and their dedicated SEL specialist handlers, Michelle Myers and Stephanie Jones. Please join us at the front of the room to receive the Jeffco Thrives recognition. I can tell right away these are very good dogs. Therapy dogs are not required to be trained to perform a specific task. They are simply there for companionship, affection, and to provide comfort. Common conditions requiring emotional support dogs include anxiety disorders, panic attacks, stress, social phobia, PTSD, and chronic depression. Our Jeffco Therapy Dog program began approximately 4 to 5 years ago. It originally had only a small number of dogs participating and has now grown to 25 current dogs. They are located at elementary, middle, and high school locations. Therapy dogs provide incredible benefits to the students they work with. They help build trust and create a sense of safety, making it easier for students to open up and share their feelings. Students and staff that interact with our therapy dogs help reduce stress, foster a sense of belonging, and help the community regulate emotions. Odin and Lily spend the day at Stony Creek Elementary with their handler, Stephanie Jones, who is one of our SEL specialists. They play a vital role in the education of our students. Students have shared, having the dogs makes me happy, they are friendly and playful. Duncan regularly joins his SEL handler, Michelle Myers, at Governor's Ranch Elementary and escorts students into class when they have difficulty transitioning from home to school. Please join us in recognizing our cell therapy dogs for creating safe and welcoming learning environments. And I will tell you that since dogs seldom appreciate certificates, they have treats and bandanas.
Thank you.
And now I'll pass it off to Director Kenworthy for the next recognition.
Thank you, Director Reed. For Our Learners, Our Future, we're going to recognize Tyler Guyton. So you're up. I see you. The Board of Education is pleased to recognize Tyler Guyton from Evergreen High School for raising awareness for teen mental health initiatives and co-hosting the Resilience 1220 Open Team Mental Health Forum. Will Tyler please come to the front of the boardroom to receive the Our Learners, Our Future recognition? Yeah. Resilience 1220 provides free counseling services to youth ages 12 through 20 in the mountain communities of West Denver. Through individual counseling, support groups, and community outreach, they work to raise awareness of the social, emotional, and mental health issues young adults face, and to provide the necessary life skills to create wellness and resiliency in their lives. On February 2nd, Tyler co-hosted a Resilience 1220 town hall event at the Bread Lounge called Open Teen Forum. The forum focused on improving the lives of youth in our community and featured discussions with local organizations from Evergreen as well as representatives from our schools. And Tyler invited me to be there, and I unfortunately couldn't make it, but I'm super glad that he and I have gotten to meet through student town halls in Evergreen. The forum focused on community and conservation around building strategies to enhance the mental wellness and overall well-being of youth in the mountain communities. Please join me in celebrating Tyler for his work to tirelessly break down barriers to mountain neighborhood mental health resources and social stigmas around seeking care. Thank you, Tyler, for your leadership. It means the world to so many people. So thank you. Now I will pass it off to President Parker for the next recognition.
We have another Our Learners, Our Future award to give, and the board is pleased to honor and recognize Ms. Madhvi Chitor from Lakewood High School for achieving a Guinness World Record for most markers collected for recycling in 1 hour. Will Madhvi please come to the front of the boardroom to receive Our Learners, Our Future recognition? In Madhvi's own words, when in third grade at Hackberry Hills Elementary as a 7-year-old, I wanted to raise awareness about sustainability and recycling through collective action. So she started the Every School a Green School initiative and came up with this Guinness World Record-setting idea for recycling markers. In 2021, she and the school district broke the Guinness World Record for most markers, more than 22,000, collected for recycling in 1 hour. Outside of advocacy, Madhvi plays piano and violin, writes music, and is a black belt in Taekwondo, earning her the nickname of No Plastic Ninja. When in 6th grade at North Arvada Middle School, Madhvi attempted the Guinness World Record, and 21 Jeffco schools joined her. You can see some of the people up there. They are, in alphabetical order, Arvada West High School, Bell Middle School, Chatfield Senior High School, Creighton Middle School, Divinity Elementary School, Doral Academy, Free Horizon Montessori, Governor's Ranch Elementary, Ken Carroll Middle School, Leawood Elementary, Lincoln Academy, Mandalay Middle, Mitchell Elementary, Mortensen Elementary, North Arvada Middle School, Prospect Valley Elementary, Stober Elementary, Ute Meadows Elementary, Westwoods Elementary, Wilmot Elementary, and Woodrow Wilson Academy. Let's give a round of applause to Madhvi and all her teammates there for her environmentally minded tenacity. We will be hearing more from Madhvi and her team during public comments, and I think we might even have some videos to show you. So, a sincere thank you to all our recognition honorees this month. It's our pleasure to honor you for your commitment to our community. Now we will turn to our board proclamations. The board publicly recognizes special events and significant issues by issuing proclamations. In the month of February, we are commemorating Black History Month, Career and Technical Education Month, National School Counseling Week, February 3 through 7, National School Resource Officer Appreciation Day, February 15, and National PTA Founders Day, February 17. We encourage you to read the Jeffco School Board's proclamations, items 3.01 through 3.05. They are presented in board docs as proposed proclamations for the month of February. Do I have a motion regarding the approval of the proclamations?
I move to approve items 3.01 through 3.05 on the action proclamations section as published in board docs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? It has been moved and seconded to approve the February proclamations as presented in board docs. Roll call, please, Ms. Savada.
Yes.
Absolutely, yes.
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 Now, we will turn to public comment. Starting tonight and continuing through the conclusion of negotiations, we have reserved the first 20 minutes of public comment for our associations, 10 minutes for JESPA and JCEA, each to address the board regarding their negotiations process and interests. Following the associations, the board will listen to public comment on any topic. The time allotted tonight for public comment is 1 hour. If more time is required, we will have a second public comment at the end of the meeting. This is the opportunity for the community to share their thoughts with the board. During public comment, the board does not engage in discussion with or respond to individuals. There is a 3-minute time limit per individual speaker. If there are 4 or more people who sign up to address the board, they will have 10 minutes to collectively present their group view. If there are representatives from JESPA here tonight, we invite you up to the podium. And when JESPA has concluded its 10 minutes, then we will invite JCEA representatives to the podium. evening. Oops. Please tell us your name and tell us your comments.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and members of the community. My name is Xander Kashub. I'm the president of JESPA.
Good evening, I'm Darcy Hassler, the JESPA bargaining chair.
So I'd be happy to get into some topics about negotiations, but I would like to address another issue here with my time. Critical issue of safety and security for members, students, and our community. As a union, we represent the frontline workers at Jeffco Public Schools, bus drivers, secretaries, security staff, paraprofessionals, custodians, nutrition staff, and many other jobs in ESP jobs who make our schools run every day. Our members are made up of immigrants, more than any other employee group. We work directly, one-on-one with students and families who also come from immigrant backgrounds. We represent and serve the very communities who are most impacted by enforcement actions. We've not seen an adequate response from the district to ensure safety for all students in Jeffco. We've seen across the country how shifting political landscapes lead to increased enforcement actions in schools. Colorado is not immune, yet Jeffco has not given a clear district-wide guidance on how to handle these situations, instead leaving decision-making to individual principals and department leaders. This approach has created inconsistencies, confusion, and ultimately unsafe conditions for students and staff. This is part of a larger cultural issue in Jeffco. Every school seems to be allowed to set its own rules and policies, with principals often making conflicting decisions that do not align with district policy. This lack of uniformity not only jeopardizes safety, but also erodes trust in leadership. JESPA members should never have to guess how to respond to high-stakes situations, and we need clear policies, comprehensive training, and real accountability to ensure that we are protecting both staff and students. This is why JESPA has adopted the following resolution and urges Jeffco Public Schools to take immediate action. JESPA's resolution on safety for our members, our students, and our community. Whereas members of the Jeffco Education Support Professionals Association have expressed concerns about the lack of clear guidance on how to respond to law enforcement situations, including potential immigration enforcement. And whereas the shifting political landscape makes it likely that Colorado may face increased and continuing targeted enforcement actions leading to the possibility of immigration and customs enforcement or other law enforcement agencies entering schools or transportation terminals. And whereas in the absence of clear guidance from Jeffco Public Schools, staff members are left vulnerable to inconsistent decision-making by administrators and school leaders, creating unnecessary risk for staff and students. And whereas the delegation of authority to individual school principals and department leaders has led to varying interpretations of policies, thereby compromising the safety and security of staff and students. And whereas a lack of clear and consistent training has resulted in confusion, leaving staff unprepared to handle enforcement situations in a manner that prioritizes safety and legal compliance. And whereas workplace safety and adherence to clear policies are fundamental to maintaining a stable learning and working environment. Therefore, be it resolved that JESPA urges Jeffco Public Schools to implement district-wide policies that provide clear, uniform guidance regarding law enforcement and immigration enforcement interactions in schools and transportation terminals. And be it further resolved that JESPA insists on accountability measures for all administrators to ensure policy adherence and the proper training of all staff, with oversight mechanisms in place to prevent arbitrary or inconsistent implementation of safety protocols. And be it further resolved that JESPA remains committed to advocating for a secure, well-structured, and legally sound approach to external enforcement interactions, ensuring the safety and well-being of all students and staff. Be it further resolved that JESPA, in collaboration with community partners, will provide at least one Know Your Rights training to members. Be it further resolved that JESPA will continue to be proactive in advocating for the safety of our members, our students, and our communities. This was adopted by the JESPA Executive Board on February 5th, 2025. JESPA members are committed to ensuring that Jeffco schools and facilities remain safe spaces for all students, staff, and families. Safety should not be left up to interpretation. We need district-wide policies, consistent training, and real accountability from leadership to ensure that every employee is prepared and protected in high-stakes situations. While we recognize the efforts of the Jeffco Board of Education in drafting a resolution that acknowledges the importance of student safety and the separation of local functions from immigration enforcement, we see critical gaps that must be addressed. Jeffco must establish concrete enforcement mechanisms to hold administrators accountable for policy adherence, ensuring that decisions made by principals align with district policies. Without clear oversight, there is no guarantee that policies will be consistently followed. Additionally, all staff must receive mandatory Know Your Rights training so they're informed and prepared rather than having to learn policies in the midst of a crisis. To prevent arbitrary decision-making by local school leaders, Jeffco must eliminate inconsistencies in policy enforcement across schools and provide clear enforcement protocols rather than leaving interpretation solely to principals. ESPs, who work most closely with immigrant students and families, must also be recognized as key stakeholders and included in discussions on policy implementation. Our voices are essential in shaping policies that directly impact students and staff. Finally, the resolution must go beyond compliance and explicitly affirm that safety policies exist to create an inclusive and stable learning environment for all. Strengthening the language around the common good ensures that these policies are not just about legal adherence, but about protecting and supporting the entire school community. Now I'm going to connect it to bargaining, because I know that's why this time has been carved out for us. So the safety proposal that JESPA introduced at the table this year aligns directly with the concerns that we're raising tonight. The need for clear policies, standardized training, and accountability measures is why we brought safety into negotiations for the first time this year. Our proposals include a comprehensive and clear 911 policy, ensure ESPs can call emergency services without delay, and universal safety training for ESPs, including standard response protocols, CPR, CPI, all of that stuff. Yet, while we're fighting for safety at the table, the district has introduced concerning counter-proposals that we believe undermine our rights as workers. Includes an attempt to make ESPs at will, stripping due process protections, replacing grievances with appeals, eliminating our ability to hold administrators accountable, and blocking the right to grieve harassment, preventing workers from seeking recourse when mistreated. JESPA's fight for safety, dignity, and fairness is not just about bargaining. It's about ensuring that all students and staff are protected, respected, and given the resources they need to succeed. We urge this board to take our concerns seriously and work with us toward a strong contract that prioritizes safety, job security, and a thriving school environment. Our students and staff deserve clarity, consistency, and above all, safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have representatives from JCEA?
Hello, I'm Richard Sanchez.
I'm Stephanie Jones.
I say my name again here in a second, so. Good evening, directors of the board. I'm Richard Sanchez, Organizing Action Team Chair and Bargaining Team member representing JCEA. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today regarding a matter of utmost importance. the integrity of our collective bargaining process concerning employee health and welfare benefits. The JCA negotiated agreement exists and has a long history of helping improve student learning and educator working conditions. Even portions of the contract that I am not delving into today are even subject of negotiations this year. One quick example, Article 11, Academic Freedom, which helps administrators and the district support educators who, as the professionals, are best able to supplement core curriculum resources in order to ensure all students may attain mastery of grade level expectations/standards. Our collective bargaining agreements explicitly mandate that the board, through its designated representatives, negotiate employee health and welfare benefits, including the district's contributions with the association prior to any formal decisions. This process ensures that any modifications to employee benefits are mutually agreed upon, reflecting the interest and well-being of both the district and its dedicated staff. However, recent actions have raised significant concerns. District staff, led by Adam Barnett and Tracy Dorland, recommended the adoption of United Healthcare directly to the Board of Education, suggesting that the Benefits Advisory Committee, BAC, had approved this recommendation, when in fact they had not. The board subsequently voted to eliminate Aetna and adopt UHC before engaging in the required negotiations with the association. The sequence of events represents a clear deviation from our agreed-upon process, undermining the trust and collaborative spirit that our CBAs are designated to uphold. It is crucial to clarify the intended function of the BAC. The BAC is established to provide recommendations to the bargaining teams. It does not possess decision-making authority, nor is it a board advisory committee. Its role is to advise, not to determine or implement benefit changes unilaterally. By bypassing the BAC's advisory role and proceeding without proper negotiations, the district has not only violated the BAC agreement, but also the negotiation process outlined in both JCEA and JESPA's CBAs. Such actions erode the foundational trust between the district management and its educators. Our collective bargaining process is built on mutual respect, open communications, and a shared commitment to the well-being of our educational community. Deviations from this process compromise our ability to work collaboratively towards a common goal. This year, when we conducted our survey, we received many stories from educators regarding benefits and leaves. One particularly moving account underscores the critical need for comprehensive and supportive health benefits for our educators. Consider the journey of a dedicated teacher who faced a sudden health crisis, illuminating the profound challenges that arise when personal well-being intersects with professional dedication, a scenario all too familiar to many educators in Jeffco. In late September, she received a diagnosis necessitating an immediate radical hysterectomy. Her medical team urged prompt action, emphasizing the urgency. However, her unwavering commitment to her students led her to make a heart-wrenching decision. She postponed her surgery until November 1st, aiming to align her recovery with school breaks to minimize disruption. This selfless act, intended to benefit her students, came at a significant personal cost. The delay not only posed risks to her health, but also resulted in the exhaustion of her available sick leave during her recovery. Consequently, she faced a reduction in her salary for the days she lacked sufficient leave, compounding the financial strain of mounting medical bills. The challenges didn't end there. Navigating the administrative process to secure her leave became an additional burden. Despite her proactive efforts, communication delays with the district leave with the district's leave department meant she received necessary information and support only after her principal intervened weeks before the scheduled surgery. Reflecting on her experience, she expressed a deep sense of disillusionment. Her attempt to prioritize the needs of her students and the district was met with systemic shortcomings, leaving her feeling unsupported during her most vulnerable moments. This narrative is not unique. Many educators encounter similar hardships when unforeseen medical issues arise. The combination of high medical expenses, limited leave, and administrative hurdles can lead to significant financial instability. It's essential to recognize these challenges and work towards solutions that provide adequate support for educators during medical crises, ensuring they can focus on recovery without the added burden of financial strain. Recognizing that the board has authorized the contract with UHC, it is imperative that we now focus on 1, negotiating benefit structures and cost, engaging in thorough discussions to ensure that the benefits provided are comprehensive, competitive, and high quality, and cost-effective for all district employees. 2, implementing a percentage-based contribution model to prevent the continuous and disproportionate financial burden of escalating healthcare costs from falling on our educators. We urge the immediate implementation of a percentage-based contribution model. This model will ensure that as healthcare expenses rise, the district's contributions adjust proportionately, providing a fair and predictable framework for the district and its employees. It is imperative that the district shoulders its equitable share of these increasing costs rather than perpetually shifting them onto our dedicated staff. Maintaining robust health and welfare benefits is not merely a contractual obligation, but a necessity. Such benefits ensure that our educators can access essential care without facing insurmountable financial challenges. By investing in these benefits, the district supports the well-being of its staff and upholds the quality of education by retaining healthy and focused educators. We urge the board to reaffirm its commitment to our collective bargaining agreements, respect the established negotiation process, and work collaboratively with both associations to foster a thriving educational environment for our students and the broader Jeffco community. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you. Now we will proceed with the other individuals and groups that have signed up to comment. Each speaker should have been given a number, and the board invites you to come up in order. When the person before you completes their comments, you may step up to the podium. We listen with respect and ask those who address the board to do the same. So whoever has number 1, would you please come up? Welcome. Please introduce yourself. It looks like you're a group. And if you are, you've got 10 minutes.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Karen Sweeney Tucker. I'm in your 80215 articulation area. And the topic tonight is lead-contaminated drinking water in our schools. Hello, school board members and Superintendent Dorland. My name is Karen Sweeney Tucker. I am an ISP in preschool at Slater Elementary, a mom of 2 Jeffco public school students, and a proud union member. I'm here with my community to demand support for our youngest and most vulnerable kids at Slater. Preschoolers at Slater have not had clean drinking water for 2 years. Our 2 preschool rooms, with a total of 38 children and 1 sped room, have had water fountains covered with plastic bags and signs that read, "Do not drink the water," for 2 years. The water fountain outside of our principal's office and the only adult bathrooms in the school has also been covered with a trash bag for 2 years. In May of 2023, as a parent of a preschooler at Slater, I learned that the fountain in my kid's classroom may be contaminated with lead and was unsafe to drink. The district rolled out a project to test and repair or replace those fountains. It took almost a year to complete this, and yet the water fountains at Slater Preschool and in our sped room were never fixed. I talked to everyone about this, my admin, my coworkers, my community. Who could help us? Why was it so difficult to get support and a solution on an issue that I'm sure every one of you board members and superintendent would support? After 2 years of not being heard by the district, I organized with my coworkers, created a petition, which I will be handing to Superintendent Dorland, and got Slater parents involved, including my local PTA. It was only with union and community support 2 weeks ago that we were finally taken seriously. While our water fountains were not repaired or replaced, external GE water filters that you can find on Amazon were installed last week, and environmental came out to flush the line and test for lead. We currently are waiting for the results on those tests. When are we going to see these results? And is this the district's long-term plan for their mistake? Why doesn't the district have a clear public place where they post the current lead test results? And why, if there is such a place, my coworkers and I would really like to know, and as well as the families that we serve. My school community deserves to feel safe when we drink water at school, and therefore we need access to the most recent lead test results on our drinking water. I have a few statements that I will be reading from other members of the Slater community who stand in solidarity for safe, clean drinking water at our school. But first, I would like to make our demands clear. All of the Slater water fountains need to be safe for children and staff to drink from. This includes the 2 in-classroom preschool water fountains, 1 sped in-classroom water fountain, 1 hallway water fountain in A wing, and a sanitizer sink in the cafeteria. Number 2, if this is the district's long-term fix for our water fountains, then the district will purchase, install, and maintain the current water filters that were recently installed on the outside of these water fountains and sink for the foreseeable future. This cost and labor management will not fall on Slater or Slater's workers. I was told that these current filters need to be replaced every 6 months. My fellow ESPs will not be burdened with more work simply because the district forgot about Slater and our most vulnerable children. Number 3, the lead testing for water in all of our schools will be made public by the district so that each child, care provider, and school staff can be assured that the district is committed to clean water for everyone. This is a serious safety issue and must be prioritized. As a proud education support professional and worker at a Title I school, I am way too often deemed expendable, replaceable, or just not taken seriously. There is a vibe concerning the district and support for Title I schools. We barely get what we need. We are expected to do more with less. I'm not into that vibe. I'm not going to match that vibe. I demand that this board and superintendent commit to righting their wrong. I look forward to hearing a response from you about this matter by February 27th. And now I will read 3 out of the 5 statements from my Slater coworkers. Erin Bernhardt, our assistant principal at Slater. I, Erin Bernhardt, stand in solidarity with my Slater staff in demanding clean water and public-facing lead test results to ensure that our fountains are safe to drink. The district needs to purchase, maintain, and install the filters they just installed on the 4 A-wing fountains and 1 sanitizer sink. The cost of this lead filtering fix is not going to fall on Slater's budget, and will not burden our workers at Slater with extra work. Lilia Zerba, our facilities manager at Slater. I, Lilia Zerba, stand in solidarity with my Slater staff in demanding clean water and public-facing lead test results to ensure that our fountains are safe to drink. The district needs to purchase, maintain, and install the filters they just installed on the 4 A-wing fountains and 1 sanitizer sink. The cost of this lead filtering fix is not going to fall on Slater's budget and will not burden our Slater workers with extra work. Elizabeth Gordon, one of our preschool teachers. She has 19 children in her room. I, Elizabeth Gordon, stand in solidarity with my Slater staff in demanding clean water and public-facing lead test results to ensure that our fountains are safe to drink. The district needs to purchase, maintain, and install the filters they just installed on the 4 A-wing fountains and 1 sanitizer sink. The cost of this lead filtering fix is not going to fall on Slater's budget and will not burden our Slater workers with extra work. Our preschool classrooms deserve full support from ECE and the district in ensuring clean, lead-free drinking water for our most vulnerable and earliest learners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would whoever has number 2 please step up to the podium?
Hello, members of the board and Superintendent Dorland. My name is Annie Contractor, and I'm a parent of 2 elementary students who go to our neighborhood school in Westminster. I'm here today representing Engage Jeffco, which is a group of passionate and committed caregivers that wants to partner with the district to ensure that all children have equitable access to world-class public education. We believe all students should be given the opportunity and resources to thrive within this district, and we believe in putting the public back in public education. In just the past month, we've grown our email list to 40 caregivers and our Facebook group to over 190 members. Dr. Varda, Director Applegate, Director Kenworthy, Director Reed, and President Parker, we first want to thank you for each responding to our concerns directly during the last board meeting. We appreciate you sharing with vulnerability and humanity how you are experiencing recent events along with us. Thank you for listening and responding to our letter and statements last month about the need to engage authentically with Jeffco caregivers and families. As we will discuss more in a moment, we are very grateful for the district's continued support for mental health in this crisis and in response to the community's needs. We also appreciate your acknowledgement that these services should be consistently provided for both staff and students through crisis. Over the last 2 months, there have been many things that require district's purposeful and authentic communication to our school personnel, students, and families. We know that tonight's meeting may address some of these concerns that I will mention, but I want to elevate them all the same. As we have previously been in dialogue, the crisis with the chief of schools left many families feeling a void as they were left to their own devices as the district failed to give a timely and direct response. We have appreciated the superintendent and board members responding directly to these concerns and see additional opportunities to grow directness and transparency in communication. Above all, we appreciate the district's humanity in recognizing the impact of this on one Jeffco family in particular, and your sensitivity to the people most directly affected. Thank you for providing mental health support. This has been wide and robust and available to the people who need it, as well as we can tell from our vantage point. In regard to additional responses to the termination of employees due to sexual abuse allegations and investigations, we believe that the district's plan to invest more in a volunteer management system is misguided. With an already tight budget, focusing on volunteers does not address the problem of personnel who violate the district's policy on sexual misconduct. With no indication of a problem in the volunteer community, we have concerns that increased spending may give the appearance of a solution while not addressing the heart of the problem and adding strain to our financial resources. We have heard reassurances from the district about existing procedures for screening staff. We understand that the district does a background check on all personnel, and we hope the presentation tonight on safe students and safe schools will answer some of the questions we have around follow-up or periodic rechecking of staff. In addition, there is not an evident protocol in place to address the impacts of staff who have been terminated for violating the district's policy of sexual misconduct. We are asking you to take action and develop a thorough and effective framework for dealing with these situations. We support the district's safety summit that's upcoming and have the following questions. Currently, we are unsure of the details of the summit, but hope that the summit includes robust community engagement, an openness to all caregivers in the district, and that it will not be solely reliant on third parties, knowing that we have these resources within our district to rely upon. We also expect the district to have a clear, actionable follow-up to the Safety Summit to ensure that this is not just a performative measure. Moving forward, we ask that the district lean into one of your 5 values, the one of integrity, and engage with the community with clear, transparent, and consistent communication. We need better, not more communication. It must be targeted, direct, and intentional. Currently, communications with families do not feel authentic. Instead, caregivers feel as though stakeholders are being managed. Communications are not addressing problems with a central focus on humanity. Recently, we have seen more communication, but this has led to a flooded feeling rather than a sense of having the information that we need at the time that we need it. We invite you to view this as a continuing opportunity to build your integrity value and improve trust with the Jeffco community through targeted, authentic, and meaningful communication that recognizes caregivers as valued stakeholders in our students' success. We recommend the district investigate more effective manners of communication through your communications team. An example of meaningful change could look like all vital emails being followed up by an all call or a text message. Turning to a separate concern, I would like to speak about our district's core value that all students, staff, families, and community members belong here. This fundamental right to education, enshrined in Colorado state and federal laws and central to Jeffco's mission, requires proactive protection as various groups face increasing national pressures and threats. We know from experience that when any group is targeted, whether immigrant families, LGBTQ+ youth, or others, all students suffer from the resulting disruption, intimidation, and trauma of an insecure learning environment. Today's targets may change tomorrow, and we know that we are stronger when we stand together. Consistent with our community's newcomer support organizations, we specifically request that the district, number 1, develop and clearly communicate district-wide protocols requiring any external enforcement officials, including Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, to present valid warrants before accessing any student, family, or staff information or records. 2, establish consistent procedures across all schools for responding to any attempts to interfere with student access to education. Number 3, ensure all schools provide equal access to support resources, including counseling and connections to legal aid and community organizations. And number 4, create clear communication channels to regularly inform families of their rights and available protections. Rather than leaving these critical protections to school-by-school discretion, where some schools are sending out robust communications and some aren't sending any communications at all to their school communities, we ask the district to implement comprehensive policies that safeguard every student's right to learn in a secure, stable environment. This proactive approach, thank you. This proactive approach aligns with our district's strategic plan and ensures that all members of our community truly belong here, now and in the future. While Engage Jeffco and community organizations will continue supporting families through emergency planning and rights education, we need district-level policy to provide consistent, reliable protection for all students. Engage Jeffco is glad to be invited back to respond to your Safe Schools Student Action Plan and share community perspectives tonight. We look forward to our deepening partnership with you. As I close, I'd like to give just a few moments for you to hear from two of Engage Jeffco's members, two parents who have perspectives that demonstrate the kind of input that can inform collaborative community district partnership. And I would like them to invite them to tell you a little about their own stories.
Okay, I'll make this really quick. I'm Allison Phipps. I have a student at Stevens Elementary and Vanderhoof Elementary, and I just wanted to take a moment to talk about mental health services and how important they are to my family specifically. And part of the reason I joined this group is just to ensure that all students have access to the mental health services that the district provides. My family goes to Title I school. My son utilizes an on-site mental health provider that takes our insurance, which I really appreciate. It creates a safe environment. We don't have to leave site, and he's thriving, and so I really appreciate that service being available. And yeah, I just wanted to kind of bring that up. And then the reason I'm speaking about that is just to say how mental health services that are accessible through the school district are helping families like mine, and to advocate that the district continue to prioritize and expand social and emotional learning and mental health services in the district, and to highlight my concern that the federal Department of Education provides funding to help Title I schools and students with IEPs or 504s, which my family utilizes, and so I'm concerned about the absence of that funding, what might happen. And then just that mental health and education go hand in hand, and that I want to help continue to focus on mental health so that students can thrive. I'm sorry. Next time we'll have another speaker, so thank you.
Thank you. Who has number 3? Hello again.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself. You have 10 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Ms. President Mary Parker, board members, Superintendent Ms. Dorland, and all assembled here. I am Madhvi Chittor, 13-year-old eco-warrior from Lakewood High School. Today, I am very thrilled that we are collectively celebrating Jeffco Public Schools' Guinness World Record achievement for recycling markers. I have with me Ken Carroll Middle School secondary teacher, Ms. Jamie Odell, and students. I will briefly describe how it came about and what it entailed. When I was in 3rd grade, oh my God, phone malfunction, yay. So when I was in 3rd grade at Hackberry Hill Elementary as a 7-year-old, I wanted to raise awareness about sustainability and recycling through collective action, and so I started the Every School a Green School initiative and came up with this Guinness World Record setting idea for recycling markers. I then contacted the then Jeffco Public Schools superintendent, Dr. Jason Glass, and officially launched it in December 2018. I contacted the school principals and their art or kindergarten teachers via emails and phone calls, and it took around 1 year to register 43 schools and iron out the process rules with the Guinness World Record. We were planning to attempt it in April 2020, but COVID struck and everything was paused. Then when a little bit of normality was restored after COVID, I started again contacting the schools, but this time only a fewer schools responded than at pre-COVID time. So finally, on December 3rd, 2021, when I was in 6th grade as a 10-year-old at North Arvada Middle School, we attempted the Guinness World Record, and 21 schools participated. The Guinness World Record rules mandated a financial institution to serve as a witness and also mandated that certified industrial scales must be used for weighing. So I recognize Mr. Nathaniel Fitch from Huntington Bank, based in Arvada, and Mr. John Arcano, the owner, and Mr. Mark Morton, General Manager of Colorado Scale Center in Wheat Ridge. We are very, very grateful that they agreed to volunteer their services as per Guinness World Record guidelines. I also want to recognize my late music teacher, Miss Mary Fraser, and her husband, who is a military veteran, Mr. Bert Fraser, for also volunteering as witnesses. We collected 441 pounds and 3 ounces with a total count of 22,000 plus markers, and we set the Guinness World Record. The board organized a reception today at 3:30 p.m., and the governor of Colorado expressed his sadness for not being able to be here and instead sent a congratulatory message for this proud achievement. I also recognized Miss Mary Parker for being an eco-ethics leader, since she has shown interest in making our schools sustainable and protecting the health of the students and the community at large. So now I invite Ms. Jamie Odell, secondary teacher of Ken Carroll Middle, and students to say a few words. Go ahead.
Hello, board members and Ms. Dorland. It is very nice to meet you and be here tonight. My name is Jamie Odell. I am a secondary teacher at Ken Carroll Middle School, and I am just very excited to be a part of this opportunity. And I just wanted to thank Madhvi and her mother for really setting the tone for this incredible opportunity. Our students are incredibly inspired by things like this. Allowing opportunities for outside of school activities that really inspire them to think outside of themselves and about their community and the world around them really sets them up for their future and allows them a lot of opportunities to consider what is possible here in Jeffco schools. So I'm really thankful that this kind of opportunity was allowed, and reiterate that Madhvi is an incredible student for setting this up. I know that my students have been really excited to be a part of this, and giving them this opportunity has been pretty amazing. So thank you guys for recognizing this as a pretty neat opportunity for these kids. I know that a couple of my students are here. One of them would like to say a few words about what she feels about her inspiration from this opportunity. So I'd like to introduce Kyla McDowell.
Hello, my name is Kyla McDowell. I am a 6th grader at Ken Carroll Middle School, and I just want to say that Madhvi has inspired me so much and just gave me a big feeling of hope for something I could do something like this. I also feel that recycling is highly important for the environment, and it just keeps our world safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have number 4? Welcome. Please introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Sarah Sterling, and I'm from Golden, Colorado. I was born and raised here in Golden. I graduated from Jeffco Public Schools, and I am an employee of Jeffco Public Schools. I am the mother of 2, soon to be 3 Jeffco students, and I'm here today to speak about a few different concerns from the Kiffin community, where my children go to school and where I went to school as a child. I live in the same neighborhood that I grew up in. My parents still live in the same house I was raised in right up the road. Our tight community is so beloved to myself and others, and Kiffin is the core of this community. Kiffin has a great principal and staff and exceptional family involvement, and people want their kids to be at Kiffin. I care deeply about this community, and tonight I'm here to express some concerns. First and foremost, it all boils down to these questions. What happened to the money from the 2018 bond and capital improvement program? Are the projects complete? Did you do what you say you were going to do with the money, specifically regarding Kiffin Elementary? I believe no. I ask this because the removal of modular buildings was one of the priorities identified for Kiffin with the bond money. The modular buildings at Kiffin continue to house our preschool classrooms, which I've consistently wondered how Jeffco has moved to a pre-K through 5 elementary model with no support or structure in accommodating pre-K into the main school building. Kiffin is not alone in this problem either. So not only was the old rundown temp not removed, but now houses more students, many with special needs, and nothing has been done to remove or improve the building. Instead, we are preparing for more students to attend the already at capacity Kiffin Elementary. A new housing development, Golden Overlook, of 100 family homes is being built and will feed into Kiffin, despite neighboring schools that would benefit from increased student numbers. District response to Kiffin on this development is that the impact on student numbers will be minimal, which I respectfully disagree with. Kiffin already cannot appropriately fit preschool in the building, and this housing addition will absolutely increase the numbers of students attending Kiffin. There are no plans to support the additional students without any added space or building reconfiguration. Instead, we are told to minimize choice enrollment in years to come, which is extremely stressful on the school to predict and will impact student experience if predictions are not accurate. But apparently they are resolved. I look forward to your response to our community. Thank you. They are resolved. I look forward to your response to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have number 5? Yep. Welcome. Please introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Michelle Squire. I'm from Golden. I'd like you all to take a breath. If you'd like, close your eyes. Imagine you are a 7-year-old student sitting in a classroom and working on a math problem. Maybe you're a middle school student or a freshman. A big, tall man in a black uniform calls out your name, singles you out from your other classmates, your friends. Come with us. Today, that black uniform has invaded your classroom. Where is she going? Your teacher asks. Don't interfere, one of them replies, hovering over her, the ICE letters directly across from her face. You grab your notebook, hands shaking, and shuffle towards your backpack and jacket. Your best friend helps you put your things inside. She hugs you and says, "Write to me." You watch the tears roll down her face, turning away only when the man says, "Let's go." As they walk you to the door, your teacher hurries to your side, giving you a hug, something she's never done before. She whispers, "Take care of yourself." Walking down the hall, you see a few other students being escorted and suddenly think of your siblings. Are they being pulled from their classrooms? Will you see them again? What about your parents? Do they know what's happening? What about your cat, Luna? Will someone feed her? Will you ever see your home, your room, your stuff? Since kindergarten, you've been told school is a safe place. If you need help, go to someone in a uniform. As the men walk you to the front door, you pass the principal. She too was supposed to be a person to run to for safety. Not today.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has signed up for public comment? If not, I think that concludes our public comment section, and we will now move on to our study session agenda. On February 5th, 2025, the board held a study session that included the following topics: a legislative update, association negotiations process and interests, long-term planning recommendations for Jefferson Junior Senior High School, and finally, we drafted a board resolution in support of Jeffco students and families. I encourage you to watch the recording of the study session to learn more about these subjects. You can also visit our board page on the Jeffco Public Schools website. There you'll find a host of information and links to both board docs and our live stream platforms. We will now move to our agenda items for this evening. For our first topic of study tonight, the Board of Education is excited to receive a presentation from its District Accountability Committee, or DAC, outlining school-level accountability committee survey results. I want to thank the DAC for its work, and Ms. Armstrong and Ms. Marine for being here this evening. The DAC acts in an advisory capacity on such topics as the district's budget and unified improvement plan. Before I turn this over to Ms. Pena, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, President Parker. I want to welcome Ms. Armstrong and Ms. Marine. Thank you for being here this evening with us. Hello, Ms. Pena. I just want to thank you for your taking time out of your busy days to be here this evening, and also on a regular basis to serve on our DAC and represent parent voice as we do work together with you. Ms. Pena?
Absolutely. Thank you, Superintendent Darling. Good evening, Board. I apologize for my voice. You're not going to be hearing much from me this evening, thankfully, as I am kind of navigating some winter sickness. But no, I'm so grateful for the opportunity to work alongside our District Accountability Committee in uplifting the voices and perspectives of our families as they help inform our decision-making as an organization. And I am really honored to sit alongside both Ms. Marine and Ms. Armstrong, who will represent members of our executive committee tonight as they will share out survey results that we gathered from our school accountability committees this fall, as we do annually. I'm really excited for you to hear about the feedback that we've captured to help inform some of your decision-making. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to them.
Good evening, Board. I am Elizabeth Armstrong, the Vice Chair of the DAC, and this is Crystal Marine, the Budget Subcommittee Chair. I'm going to speak to just a few items and then turn it over to Ms. Marine to speak about the SAC survey, specifically the budget items. We have, as DAC members, been continuing in our work as a parent and community voice. We have onboarded 6 mid-year DAC members earlier this month, and this month will be their first full meeting. They include Mark Kirkmeyer, who is an AAR for the Evergreen area, Zoe Onion, who is an at-large member, Shannon Ryan, who is also an at-large member, Jennifer Sweezy, who is the AAR for charter schools, and Jennifer Wilson, who is a JESPA representative, as well as Amy Bailey Ward, who is the Ralston Valley AAR. We have also done work as an ad hoc code of conduct subcommittee and expect to have a report out to the full DAC at the March meeting for review of our suggestions and a possible vote to our DAC Code of Conduct. We are re-engaging with our special project on chronic absenteeism in our February DAC meeting after taking a break last month to address safe schools, which I know you guys will be talking about tonight. We're also working on another SAC survey that will address questions outside of the budget questions that Ms. Marine is going to focus on tonight and during this first round. And we're having continued conversations around the timing of SAC survey, as well as striving towards 100% completion. I believe we got better this year, but we're always striving to get better than that. And also creating a survey tailored to our charter schools, which our surveys are not always well-suited to get information from. And without further ado, I will turn it over to Ms. Marine.
Thank you. As introduced, I'm Crystal Marine, and I am the Budget Subcommittee Chair for the Jeffco DAC. The DAC's commitment to improving our schools and ensuring they meet the needs of our students, teachers, and families is a top priority. To that end, in December, we conducted the SAC survey to better understand the perspectives and priorities from our community with emphasis around budget. This survey was an opportunity for parents, staff, and stakeholders to share valuable feedback about what's working, challenges they're facing, and where efforts can be focused moving forward. The primary purpose of the SAC survey was to listen. We aim to gain a well-rounded understanding of the experiences and perspectives that shape our schools every day. Our objectives were clear: identify key school level and district level budget priorities, and understand challenges and opportunities for SAC engagement. On this slide, we look at the response overview for this survey. We received 98 total responses, which was a 66.2 completion rate. This survey in its prior extended form received 103 responses last year. The responses came from across the district, including 53 elementary schools, 13 middle schools, 14 high schools, 5 multi-level schools, 3 charter schools, and 9 option schools. One highlight was our 4 articulation areas that had a 100% completion rate: Arvada, Bear Creek, Conifer, and Lakewood. This survey provided a good snapshot of our SACs today. We see most schools maintain an active membership under 10 and are holding monthly meetings. Their top forms of communication with members are email, newsletters, and social media. While tonight's presentation is slightly more zoomed out, looking at the district responses as a whole, the Budget Subcommittee did evaluate and report out on these demographics and priorities at each school level. There is including Title I. There's a link at the end of the digital version of this presentation that has that original presentation with those breakdowns for you to review. As we dive into the discussion of school-level budget priorities, I'd like to share some key takeaways from our analysis. Across the district, we observed many similarities in priorities, with some differences depending on factors like Title I status and school level. When looking at the district as a whole, a clear set of priorities emerged: adequate staffing, instructional resources and materials, mental and behavioral health staffing. These priorities reflect a consistent focus on ensuring our schools have the people, tools, and support systems needed to provide high-quality education and address the evolving needs of our students. We also noted some recurring observations. There is a continued emphasis on staffing and resources year over year. The importance of mental and behavioral health staffing and supports remains a top priority for schools across the district. Truthfully, these priorities have not shifted much from year to year looking at prior SAC survey results. The consistency raises an important question. Are these funding needs not being met and therefore continue to remain issues needing attention, or do they remain critical issues despite budget backing? Feedback tells us our schools continue to lack funding to fully address these issues, and the bucket keeps getting kicked down the road. As we shift our focus to district-level budget priorities, the top priorities we identified were equitable per-pupil funding, teacher compensation, and mental health staffing. These priorities highlight the need for the district's ongoing commitment to ensuring fair funding, valuing our educators, and addressing the mental health needs of our students. In addition to these priorities, we observed some noteworthy trends. Higher-level schools, particularly middle and high schools, were increasingly advocating for more focus on career-connected learning programs starting as early as middle school. The need for equitable funding is a growing but prominent concern, with schools seeking district-level solutions to help address disparities. Multi-level schools, charters, and option schools frequently listed capital investments, including facilities and technology, as a top priority. These observations reveal areas where district-level decisions can have a significant impact on ensuring our schools have the resources and support that they need. They also highlight the importance of tailoring budget strategies to address the unique needs of different level schools. As we look at our ongoing efforts to strengthen engagement and collaboration, it's important to acknowledge some of the challenges and barriers that surfaced. These trends highlight areas where we can focus our attention, especially as a DAC, to make the process more accessible and impactful for everyone involved. Trends we saw included low attendance at SAC meetings. Many committees struggle to maintain consistent participation, which limits the depth of perspectives represented in discussion. Limited understanding of budget processes. SAC members often feel unprepared to navigate the complexities of school budgets, which can hinder meaningful contributions. Difficulty providing meaningful input. Without a clear understanding of how their feedback influences decisions, participants may feel disengaged or unsure of their impact. Lack of time to engage. The timing of the budget cycle process and the request for feedback were mentioned as rushed and awkwardly timed, making active participation challenging. To address these challenges, we need actionable strategies that empower SAC members and increase engagement, such as providing training for SAC members around budget processes. By offering targeted training, we can help members build confidence and develop the skills needed to contribute effectively. Making the process more accessible to all stakeholders is an opportunity for the district budget staff to lean into the DAC for that feedback on areas needing these adjustments. Increase parent engagement to include all stakeholders. Expanding outreach efforts to involve more diverse voices ensures that budget discussions reflect the needs of the entire school community. We can create a more inclusive and effective environment where every SAC member feels valued and equipped to contribute. This will not only strengthen the budget process, but also build stronger connections within our school communities. It's important to also acknowledge the bright spots that highlight the successes and strengths of these committees, as well as explore the opportunities for even greater impact moving forward. Bright spots include open conversations and transparency. Many SACs have fostered environments where honest, open dialogue is encouraged, building trust among members with school leadership. Active feedback loops with principals. Regular and constructive communication with principals has proven to be an effective way to align SAC goals with school needs. Engagement with the community. Successful SACs have prioritized building strong connections with families and community members, creating a shared vision for school improvement. Looking ahead, we see opportunities to build on these successes, specifically by further enhancing collaboration between SACs and DAC. By strengthening this partnership, we can ensure that the valuable work being done at the school level is effectively communicated and amplified at the district level. This collaboration can lead to more unified and impactful recommendations. Stakeholders want further engagement and feedback from the district and board on how their work and suggestions are making a direct impact on processes and procedures within the district, ensuring their time spent on these committees is an efficient, effective effort. This feedback also reinforces that key collaboration needed between SACS and DAC. Sorry, my page just got out of order. This year, at the request of the district, we introduced a new feature in the SAC survey requesting feedback on the School Resource Officer Program. This addition was driven by the upcoming need to fund a portion of these officers' salaries starting next year and the importance of understanding how our community values their contributions. What we found was that the SRO program was overwhelmingly rated as very important at all school levels, reflecting a strong consensus on the value of SROs in maintaining a safe environment for our students. School safety ranked higher on district budget priorities than on school budget priorities, indicating that safety is viewed as a collective responsibility, but also seen as a funding challenge. While schools highly value the safety of students and the contributions of SROs, the fiscal responsibility of funding SROs places a significant burden on individual school budgets. These budgets are already stretched thin, often at the expense of critical programming and adequate staffing. One respondent summarized this concern clearly. We should prioritize paying our share of SRO costs from district funds, not from schools' already taxed SBB funds. This feedback highlights a tension between prioritizing safety and maintaining a fiscal equity. It's clear that the ask regarding the funding model for the SRO program needs to be evaluated to ensure schools are not forced to choose between safety and essential programming. As we continue to evaluate the budget landscape for our schools, it's important to acknowledge a critical reality. There are substantial funding needs that consistently go unmet year after year. Despite the best efforts of our schools and districts, some priorities are inevitably cut because the funds simply aren't there. This year, we made it a point to ask about the areas where funding gaps are most pronounced. The responses revealed categories that highlight the core challenges our schools are facing. Staffing. Schools need adequate staffing to meet the growing needs of students, from teachers to support personnel. Academic and enrichment support. Programs are designed to help students succeed academically and explore their interests, often lack consistent funding. Mental health. There's an urgent and ongoing need for resources to support the mental and emotional well-being of students. Safety and facility upgrades. Ensuring safe and modern learning environments remains a pressing concern. Equity and community building. Schools are striving to create inclusive spaces where all students can thrive, but funding for equity initiatives often falls short. Specialized programs. Programs like arts, STEM, and career-connected learning are essential but frequently underfunded. Sustaining current programs. Many schools face challenges just maintaining the programs they already have, let alone expanding them. These categories represent not just unmet needs, but also opportunities. Opportunities for us as a community to think creatively, advocate for additional resources, and ensure that these essential areas are not continually left behind. As we reflect on the valuable input gathered through this year's SAC survey, it's clear that our schools face a complex mix of successes, challenges, and opportunities. From the feedback provided, we can draw several important conclusions to guide our future work and recommendations for the board. Consistency and priorities across the district. The priorities shared, such as adequate staffing, mental health support, equitable funding, and safety, remain consistent year over year. This reflects a clear understanding of what our schools need to succeed, but it also signals that significant gaps persist, especially in funding. Addressing these ongoing needs requires more strategic, district-wide solutions to ensure schools aren't left to tackle them alone. Funding constraints impact critical areas. The lack of financial flexibility forces schools to make difficult choices, often cutting vital programs or delaying essential upgrades. The persistent underfunding of areas like academic and enrichment support, mental health, and facility improvements highlights the need for creative approaches to funding and district-level advocacy for additional resources. The role of the SRO program. The overwhelming support for the SRO program underscores its importance in maintaining school safety. However, the funding model needs to not place undue pressure on individual schools' already constrained budgets. This feedback points to the need for the district to take on a larger share of this financial responsibility. Challenges with engagement and capacity. Low attendance, limited understanding of budget processes, and time constraints continue to hinder SAC participation. These barriers suggest a need for more accessible and inclusive engagement opportunities. The themes and insights from this year's survey make it clear that while our schools have strong foundations, there is still much work to be done. As we move forward, we need to advocate for funding solutions that address systemic inequities and unmet needs, expand engagement efforts to ensure all voices are heard, especially those from underrepresented groups, strengthen the partnerships between SACS, DAC, the board, and district leadership to align goals and resources effectively. Evaluate creative funding models like for the SRO program to ease the financial burden on individual schools. Additionally, we as a DAC make the ask, where else can the DAC focus its efforts to support budget recommendations to the Board of Education? If priorities remain stable, how can we help ensure that these areas receive the sustained attention and resources they require, while also exploring other ways to strengthen our schools through budgetary input? Thank you for your time. At this time, we open the discussion for feedback, questions, and suggestions.
Thank you, Ms. Marine and Ms. Armstrong. Board, do we have questions? Yeah, Director Reed.
One thing I just want to clarify, because I'm not sure if I don't understand this or if this hasn't been communicated clearly. Doesn't the district already provide instructional resources? Isn't that like the curriculum and books and that kind of stuff that comes from the central budget already, right? Or no?
It has for elementary literacy and elementary math, and then math K-12. And ongoing, we have been providing and funding out of Renee Nicothode's budget, Chief Academic Officer, the ongoing annual consumable needs as well, which is mostly an elementary math investment, but I think there's some middle school and secondary. Okay. So we have been doing it for the materials that we've adopted recently and been scaling for elementary literacy and K-12 math. We've also done some work around providing resources in science, middle school science, as well as middle school English language arts, and a couple of pilots of 9th grade and 10th grade English language arts. And so as we're adopting and becoming a little bit more balanced, finding that just right balance for curriculum, we're investing in those materials. But there's a lot of different content areas, as you know, that we haven't been investing in. Social studies, for example, and other areas. Now, Ms. Nicothodes has a cycle, a 3 to 5 year cycle that she's working through to be able to invest in these materials and provide schools either with the initial purchase and or the ongoing consumable or subscription needs that align with the curriculum. But it's just going to take us a while with the amount of funds that we have centrally for curriculum. And each year, we prioritize something new.
Okay, thank you for that, just to kind of clear some of that up. I think I'm just going to say that for me, the frustrating thing, and I would imagine it is for you as well, is, we do ask for advice and we talk about budget priorities, and they're the same year after year. And as you point out, these are the things that are important and they keep getting cut. And our funding is probably, right now it's looking like it could get cut. It doesn't look like it's going to grow. So, I'm wondering where this, what the role of the SAC is in that. And I'm not offering a solution. I wish I had one, but it is something that I think we have to face. I wish I could give you a satisfactory answer. Like, yeah, you can help us figure this out. And what it is going to be ultimately is, I think, deciding what of the really important things we do are we not going to do as much of. I think at some point in our local taxes and in our state funding, there just has to be an understanding that there comes a point when we do less with less. We can't do more with less anymore. So I appreciate the question. I share your frustration.
Something to point out is historically with the DAC survey, when we ask for those specific priorities, we ask for a top 3 just checkbox. And a recommendation from our subcommittee that did not make it to the survey this year, but we hope to make it next year, is a ranking choice so that we can consistently see if there's any of those underlying low priority items that might, if we can cut those, make more room at the top for those priorities instead.
Oh, that sounds great. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Director Reed, for acknowledging that. I want to lift up, and I'm curious if there's ever any chance for our DAC to talk with a DAC from a neighboring community or just another district, because I feel like a lot of the funding concerns that we're facing in our budget are across the whole state of Colorado. And certainly what we're seeing in Jeffco is impacting Jeffco, but there's a larger story there beyond just Jeffco. It's a statewide funding issue. I wanted to lift up, because it's been the same top priority since I was also on the DAC, right? We've been talking about these for a while, so it's nothing you've presented is a surprise, but it is an ongoing issue, and clearly something's going to need to change. I really hope that it's at the state level, that our state of Colorado decides to no longer inadequately fund public education, because we will feel those impacts as soon as our state adequately funds public ed. I want to say, one, I appreciate the form responses that you shared, the additional link in the presentation. So I'm just opening that and taking a look at it, but I appreciate the opportunity to look through the granular data, so thank you. And then the other thing I wanted to lift up is you mentioned SACs needing some onboarding around understanding the budget process. And so I want to lift up, I know that every year we have a SAC kickoff, the beginning of the year. Last year, I think we did 2 sessions. There was one like a gallery walk and one in like the cafeteria. And then there was a sort of, this is like SAC DAC 101 kind of session. I'm wondering if another 3rd session could be presenting, your moderately seasoned SAC leadership, people who've been around for a year or 2, with a budget on board, along with a turnkey presentation that could be taken back to their schools and help, so that it would be a consistent message across the district and across school SACs. But then they would be able to take what's in that presentation and apply it to their school specifically. So I would lift up using that opportunity of SAC kickoff, if you're going to continue with breakout sessions, to utilize that as a way to get some information and training to your SAC leadership and your principals, because they're often there together, is my understanding. Yep.
The other opportunity that we're exploring too is the way that we onboard our AARs and DAC members to provide better training so that that can trickle down to those SACs as well. So.
Yeah, I think it can come from multiple directions. It's probably going to be really helpful overlap so that people are hearing the same sort of information and coming from different places. It feels more familiar that way. So yeah, I appreciate the time and intentionality that all of our members of our DAC put into supporting this work and having these conversations, because I know it's not easy to look at the numbers and hear and see sort of the realities of our school funding. So thank you for the work that you're doing. Thanks for being here tonight.
Thanks. I just had a budget thing, so I'll follow on. I was curious. I started my interest in schools at the SAC, and I think that what you've presented here shows a greater understanding of the budget needs than I recall years ago when I had just started. So I feel like people today are a little more aware, at least, of our challenges, and so I think that has a lot to do with success of the SACs, communicating that with and helping families understand that. I have just a couple questions, but the first one, on the budget training, I really loved that, and I wondered, though, what part of understanding the budget do you think would help SAC members think through these? Because clearly, you can go way in depth or not in depth at all, really. But so what kinds of things do you think help SAC members understand priorities and ways to answer these kinds of concerns?
I will say that I think the number one feedback that I get when I speak to schools and SACs is that they don't have a comprehension of what is a district spend versus a school spend, and I think spending more time on those differences in more accessible language would go a long way. And I will also highlight, I know Mr. Lucas from Governor's Ranch puts on a really good SAC budget training that I have heard so many good things about. I saw him earlier, but so just looking to engage in how he does that and hopefully utilize that too, because it really makes an impact and difference.
Kind of along those lines, one of the top, I think it was a priority, was equitable per pupil funding. I wondered, do you know more about that, in what ways? I didn't know if it was just a survey item, or do you have any more context around that, how SACs are thinking about that?
So it was just a checkbox on the form, but I know in conversations that I've had with the community, what we're looking at is the ability of their community to fundraise outside of what's provided from the school. So there are PTAs and other, or to them. So looking for those opportunities, how do we get creative with them without leaning into their direct community that don't have the resources?
Thank you. And I think all of these things are really integrated, really connected, because just even understanding what schools pay for and what the district pays for paints a story of inequities in our district when we look at schools who are small, for example, and can't afford the kinds of things that larger schools can, and some of those are the same schools that fundraise less. So we see this huge inequities. So I love the focus, and I'm really grateful for community members who want to push into that and really learn more. My only last question is, can you just remind us, when you said you have a 66% response rate, but who actually responds? Does that vary across schools? I know it did when I was there, so I just wondered if it's the same.
A little bit. We do ask, who is actually completing this. For the most part, it's principals in partnership with their SAC chairs, but I know that a lot of SACs are utilizing and going to their SACs as a whole and discussing these surveys, and then they're highlighting those responses as a community.
And just to elaborate just a little broadly on that, so we do send the SAC survey to every Jeffco school, our option schools, our comprehensive neighborhood schools, our charter schools. So we're gathering that feedback from every Jeffco school that we serve and support. And so our goal would be to get 100% of all schools to participate and engage in that survey.
Okay, sorry, I do have one last question. I know you said it was something for the future, but I wondered, have the charter SAC reps said more about how the surveys or questionnaires could be improved to kind of help them match better to their context?
That's work that we're leaning into. The feedback specifically at the SAC kickoff that I received from the charter school community was that it just doesn't address, because it's a very different process for them, so it doesn't match what that looks like for them. So
I might be really interested in that, those responses as well.
Yeah, and it's particularly around their budget structures. They will be the first to say that their budgeting process looks really different than, a comprehensive district managed school does. And so they'd like to give feedback on their process to help inform, their decision making at their local context as well.
Yeah. Thank you for the work that you do.
I want to echo the thank you. We appreciate all the work that goes in. We know this is a lot of work, and we appreciate you guys presenting this tonight. So thank you for that. My questions were probably similar to Dr. Varda's. Was there any kind of explanation around the additional support for all learners bucket? Or was it just kind of like the box that folks could check?
mostly it's the box. As far as for specific feedback, I've kind of highlighted what we received for the raw answers.
Okay, perfect. And then from a mental health standpoint, I know there's mental health staff I've seen in some of the data, and then just mental health. Was there, I am assuming, tell me if I'm wrong, that mental health staff is our SELs and folks in the schools, school psychologists, that type of role, and mental health support is maybe materials? Is that the difference between the two?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, perfect. Was there anything in the survey that surprised you?
Not really.
Fair.
I'll be honest.
Me either. That's why I asked. So I appreciate that. Okay. Thank you guys for being here, and thank you for sharing the data. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to ditto what you said about Mr. Ryan at Governor's Ranch. And I'm wondering, can we videotape his presentation? And that would be very, if it's something that people can look at in their own time and they don't have to, go to another session of the, introductory meetings that we have. So I think that would be helpful. Also, to follow on the question about the equitable funding, at some of my school visits today, I was asking the principal and the coach actually there what they meant, what they thought equitable funding, per pupil funding was. And the answer I got from them, I appreciate what you're saying because we did talk about the PTA, but the answer I got from them was their SAC just felt like the other school down the street somehow was managing to have a full-time AMP or a full-time SEL or full-time something that they didn't have. And they thought it was because of the per pupil funding, because they knew there was SBB. And so I think it's an area that we could drill down on a little bit more in the future to find out what specific things they're talking about there. I also wanted to ask maybe the superintendent about this too, for the SROs and the need that we have to fund them going forward. What school levels are we thinking of? Because we don't have them in every school right now. And is it going to be one of those sort of requirements that they use their SBB for an SRO?
We have SROs in our comprehensive high schools, and then they also have some work that they do alongside middle schools in different articulation areas, and of course can support an elementary school when necessary. But then the idea is that we would be creating a priority investment at the district level for the half amount of SROs in partnership with our law enforcement agencies next year. So Jeffco has greatly benefited for many years with full funding from law enforcement partners for our SRO program. Our law enforcement partners have now come to us and asked us, like most districts do, to contribute half the cost in true partnership financially. We have agreed to do that, and we are building that into some need for priority investment going into next year at the district level. So it would not be something that would come from a school's budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, that's all the questions, unless someone has a follow-up. I really appreciate it. I know this is a lot of work, and I was on the DAC, I don't know, 12 years ago or something, and you guys have come a long way. And I really appreciate all the extra work and time and effort that you put into this information. It's very, very valuable for the board. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well for your support of the DAC and the partnership. Thank you very much.
Okay. At this moment, we are a little ahead of schedule, so I am going to call for a break for about 10 minutes. So we'll see you then. For our next presentation tonight, the board will receive an informational overview of the Student Safety, Our Shared Responsibility Project, which is a shared mission of staff, students, families, and the community to enhance student safety within Jeffco. The board would like to thank our partners at Ralston House for sharing their child safety expertise. Ralston House Child Advocacy Center works with law enforcement, child protective services, local prosecutors, and the community to provide a safe place to investigate child abuse and ensure victim services are available. And on a personal note, as a court-appointed special advocate, or CASA, volunteer for the past 18 years, I can personally attest to the important work that Ralston House does to support neglected and abused children. Before I turn this over to Ms. Ralou, Superintendent Dorland, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, President Parker. Yes, I want to begin by just sharing that this, I hope, our listening public is appreciative of the information that is shared here this evening. Our board, I know, has asked for us to, and our community has asked for us to be transparent about the safety measures that we have in place already related to hiring practices, keeping our students safe, keeping our staff safe. And so one part of this evening is to make public and more transparent practices that have already been in place for a long time in the school district. And we want to make sure people understand what those practices are and how we implement them. In addition, we have a couple of projects that have been, that started last semester, and our efforts to enhance our safety protocols. So we want to highlight some of those projects. And in general, we want to make sure that our community knows how grateful we are for the many community partners we have, including those folks at Ralston House, who we reach out to regularly and want to do so in a more regular way to help us look at our protocols, understand what we're doing with our policies, and our practices to make sure that we can enhance even what we currently do to a place and get it in a place of continuous improvement. We're always willing to try new things and do better than what we're currently doing if there are ways that we can improve. And so we're grateful to some expert partners to be alongside us in this work, helping us think through areas where we can strengthen even our current practices. I do want to highlight a couple of areas that I know we're hoping to provide and shed some light on this evening. One is this question of background checks for employees. We'll be talking at length about that process. We also have initiated some improvements in that area related to when, for example, administrators change from a licensed position to a non-licensed position, implementing a background check a second time. And so we've already started to think about ways with our partners that we can improve the current processes that we have underway. Another area that we do want for the board to consider and think about is there a role for background checks to play even in our board elections and in the process of thinking about our board positions? Not just our hired positions, but also our elected positions. So that's another example of an area where we may be able to strengthen some of our practices and have received some interesting ideas from our partners already. So looking forward to the team and the information that they're sharing about our current practices and how we are looking forward to enhancing those practices right now. And with that, before I hand it over to Ms. Ralou and our district team, I do want to thank Mr. Mosley and Ms. Kemps for being here from the Ralston House. I want to thank you not only for being here tonight, but also for the time that you have spent with me and several of my staff members as we've processed through the events of the last several months that have been difficult for all of us and our community. The time that we have spent with both of you has been very helpful, insightful, and I very much appreciate it. Ms. Ralou.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Dorland. So we introduced our Ralston House guests. Thanks for doing that. With me tonight, we have Amanda Prazio, who's our CHRO, and is going to be speaking to our background check process. And then I'm very excited to have Madalena D'Andrea here, and she's going to talk a little bit about herself and her role. Madalena and I are leading a cross-functional group in the district. So once as Superintendent Dorland said, many of these projects were already in motion. what we have done is brought together all of the project owners every week on Monday to talk about the projects that each of us, or each layer of our organization has going on related to student and safety enhancements. And it's been really great to get this group together so that they can provide thought partnership to one another, in addition to the guidance that we are getting from outside agencies on really important topics. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to Madalena to do our presentation tonight.
Thank you, Lisa. Good evening, Board, Superintendent Dorland. Thank you for the opportunity to present on this important topic. As we present today, our purpose is to update you all on the district's work to further enhance student safety. In this presentation, we're going to cover an overview of the Student Safety, Our Shared Responsibility project, our planned work for near, mid, and long-term projects, our collaboration with child safety experts, and we're going to receive a presentation from Ralston House. Now, what is this work? It is truly a shared mission of staff, students, families, and the community to enhance student safety within Jeffco. We are collaborating with local child safety experts to evaluate current safety practices and implement revisions or new initiatives to create a safer and more supportive learning environment for all students. Above, you will see a list of the child safety experts we are either currently consulting with or hoping to consult with when it comes to collaboration. We are also collaborating with our law enforcement agencies to ensure Jeffco is following best practices. With these child safety experts in mind, you're going to hear us reference them a lot throughout the rest of the presentation and how they are supporting this work. Now, when we look at deliverable and actions and our timeline for this work fortifying safety in Jeffco, we are first in partnership with child safety experts and our community reviewing relevant safety practices. We're also taking the internal working groups that are leading intentional projects with advice from our child safety experts, and we're identifying those safety enhancement projects. Then we are going to implement the safety enhancements within our working groups in different timeframes. So we've got short, mid, and long-term timeframes. Now, I'd like to point out with these timeframes that we're going to let the work drive this. So while we might have identified something as a short term, we're going to let the work identify when implementation will occur based off of the cadence of that work. Now, we want to highlight current safety practices here in Jeffco. To start, every employee must pass a fingerprint-based CBI FBI background check before hiring. As Lisa mentioned, our Chief Human Resource Officer is going to go into more detail on that process here in a few slides. All employees must complete annual training on identifying and reporting child abuse and recognizing indicators of grooming behavior. All Jeffco principals and central leaders are required to complete training on adult sexual misconduct. Our schools and facilities also follow visitor management protocols. Some other safety practice highlights. Over 145 safety and security team members work 24 hours a day to protect Jeffco students, staff, and family. This is my team. They're incredible. They do good work 24 hours a day to keep our students and staff safe. Jeffco Public Schools partners with area law enforcement agencies. You've heard about that earlier in the evening with our SRO partnership, with over 35 SROs in different buildings supporting the safety of those environments. We have robust reporting tools like Safe to Tell and our Title IX reporting system. Each school also designates an administrator to serve as a Title IX lead. More than half of our schools have already have this in place today, and the rest are scheduled for later this year. Also, Jeffco's internet network firewalls block access to inappropriate or harmful content and prevent unauthorized access. And we reviewed our policy GBEB and GBEBR. It was updated in consultation with the Colorado School Safety Resource Center, and it sets expectations for safe and healthy boundaries between staff and students. Now I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Human Resource Officer to discuss our background check process.
Thank you, Madalena, and thank you, Board, for having us this evening. As my colleagues have mentioned, here in Jeffco, just like all school districts across the state of Colorado, we have an extensive background check process that we require of all of our employees. It is a fingerprint-based background check. We do rely on the Colorado Department of Education, who is the licensing authority for the state, when it comes to our licensed employees with regard to fingerprints. All licensed employees in the state of Colorado, regardless of the type of license that they have in education, whether it is administrative license or a teaching license, are required to have a background check as part of the licensing application process. That background check is then reviewed by CDE, and the information that they receive is from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation and the Federal Bureau of Investigation to determine if the applicant's criminal history meets the standards of licensure in accordance with Colorado law. This is really important to us because we also use a similar standard for determining employment for our non-licensed employees. So non-licensed employees do not get background checked in order to work in schools through the state. Instead, we background check them through our third-party vendor called Colorado Fingerprinting. And so CDE doesn't do it for us. When they're unlicensed, we do it. And so that's really important that we have that database up to date so that we are receiving any subsequent arrest reports for both our licensed and non-licensed employees to ensure that we are maintaining a high level of integrity in our employees that serve our students and our staff each and every day. We do receive notifications should there be any subsequent arrest reports for all employees flagged in the system who are fingerprinted and working with Jeffco Public Schools. Our Human Resources Department often will has the ability to go in and seek out those subsequent arrest reports, but we also receive direct notifications. So it's an access to a database that we can see at any time. Additionally, as I was saying previously, the Colorado Educator Licensing Act is what requires CDE to deny or revoke a teacher or an administrator of their license when they apply and have potentially been convicted of any of the following: felony child abuse, a crime of violence, a felony involving unlawful sexual behavior, a felony domestic violence charge, felony drug offense, and indecent exposure. Again, we apply these same minimum thresholds as we are determining whether or not we can employ applicants who apply, whether they, again, are licensed or not. If they don't meet these licensing requirements, then obviously we're not going to hire them. But if they are not licensed, we use these same minimum thresholds to determine that employment. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, also known commonly as the EEOC, does provide us additional guidance to employers in determining whether or not specific criminal history should be used in evaluating a candidate for employment. Some of those things are, but are not limited to, the nature of the conviction and its relatedness to the job, any information regarding rehabilitation, and the time that has elapsed since the conviction. So those, again, are all things that we take into consideration when determining employment for Jeffco. And then finally, the last part of our background check, should we have an employee who is arrested, we do receive, again, that arrest notification from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, specifically for the employees who are fingerprinted and flagged in the system. And then we work collaboratively with Human Resources, Legal Services if necessary, and other senior leadership to consider the severity of the particular offense and how it is related to their job and whether or not they're able to be effective or continue in their role to determine the next steps. And those next steps could include anything around termination, administrative leave, further investigation, corrective action, transfer, or demotion potentially in our within employment with us.
Now we're going to transition to discussing the deliverables of this larger project. As Ms. Rulu mentioned, in my role as Senior Manager of Strategic Projects Recovery and Resiliency for the Department of School Safety here in Jeffco, we are spearheading this working group that is working on these key initiatives in different deliverable timeframes. So in the near term, we are consulting with child safety experts from the community to review processes and systems. We are also conducting a review of our current background checks process, and expert evaluation will be conducted of it. We're also doing a standardized reference check format will be developed for new and existing employees who change positions. We are auditing our student and staff reporting system, so this is Safe to Tell, Title IX, mandatory reporting, and Handle with Care. Additional near-term projects, we are expanding staff sexual misconduct trainings. Work is in partnership with Colorado's School Safety Resource Center and the Ralston House, and we are expanding for staff in adult sexual misconduct on how to recognize and how to report ASM. We are expanding mandatory reporter training and grooming prevention training. So we're also working with Ralston House to improve our mandatory reporter and grooming prevention training, and this is including developing specialized training for athletic directors, school resource officers, principals, school secretaries, campus supervisors, and coaches. Additional near-term projects, we are evaluating protocols and procedures for non-employees regularly in our buildings. So this includes construction crews, building use, and lease tenants. We are auditing student safety procedures on overnight athletic and activities trip, and we are documenting and getting expert evaluation of our current practices. We are also hosting a Safe Student Summit on April 9th at Wheat Ridge High School, which will bring together child safety experts to guide families through a variety of interactive workshops. As we move on to the mid and long-term goals and deliverables, we are implementing a robust and proven ID-based system to screen, track, and monitor visitors and volunteers through identity verification, criminal record screening, and access authorization for all visitors, volunteers, adult sponsors, and chaperones for student field trips and travel. We are exploring an additional technology tool that may help us improve student safety, and we are reviewing resources provided through our partners in law enforcement to determine the content for student curriculum. Truly, this work is looking to child safety experts in our community to guide us in making sure our schools are places of safety, belonging, and respect. Through these strong partnerships between families, school, and community, they are vital to supporting a safer, more supportive learning environment for all students. We're taking every step possible to fortify safety for all Jeffco students, which is foundational and essential to delivering a world-class education. Now, with all of that, these are the child safety experts, again, we are either consulting with or hoping to consult with on these future projects, and we have a very important one seated next to us today that I am going to give a warm handoff to so they can give you the rest of the content this evening.
Hi, thank you all for having me out. I'm Don Mosley. I'm the Executive Director of Ralston House. And tonight I'm going to give you a 50,000-foot view of sort of what we do and what we see in these kind of child sexual abuse cases. So Ralston House is a child advocacy center for Adams, Broomfield, Gilpin, and Jefferson counties. And when police, social services, or DAs have a kid who they suspect of being sexually abused, physically abused, or witnessed a violent crime, they bring them to us to interview. And we do three things: a forensic interview, which is recorded and watched by police, social services, and DAs in another room, and then used in court if it goes that far. Pediatric sex assault examinations and medical examinations of kids who have been hurt, and victim advocacy for the families. Additionally, we do training both for the professionals we work with and for schools, sports teams, anybody who wants to learn how to try to prevent sexual abuse in their agency, or if it's just for families, moms groups, dads, we'll do that. This year, we will see a little over 1,000 kids is what we're estimating. 70% of those will be kids who are suspected of being sexually abused. And one of the things we always want people to know is the kids who get into Ralston House and get interviewed and get safe and get into treatment get better. This is not something you have to say this child is ruined. They heal and they go on to lead great lives with treatment. And so that is the really good news, why my staff can come in and hear these stories they hear every day, is they know there's the first step in healing. The additional thing is we're always surprised when it happens at a school, a church, a coach, but that's where perpetrators go. The old joke, when they ask a bank robber, why do you rob banks? Because that's where they keep the money. And it's a reverse compliment to schools, churches, and athletics, because good people go into those, and perpetrators want to hide in that group. And the majority of people who work in those areas are great people, but a few go in for a whole different reason. And the final thing, when you think about that, is we often start spreading the guilt around when somebody's hurt by a perpetrator. It is one person's fault. It's the person who chooses to hurt a kid. We may have missed something in our agency. A parent may have trusted somebody who they later find out they didn't trust, but it's the person who hurt the child whose fault it is. It's not the kids, it's not the parents, it's not the agencies. Now, everyone may be able to learn something and do things better to hopefully avoid the next one, but perpetrators are great at spreading the guilt, and that's why kids don't want to talk about it. But it is the perpetrator's fault, unless you don't report, and then you become an accomplice. So we always want people focused on perpetrators, and then we can, if we don't hold on to the guilt, it allows us as agencies, parents, to look and say, what can I do better? But if I'm so guilty I can't look at it, then I just freeze. What are the stats? We use what are considered the most current stats. A lot of people used to say 1 in 4 girls, 1 in 6 boys. We have reduced in America the level of sexual abuse because people are reporting more. Police respond to them in a different way they did than 30 years ago, and kids are being believed more. But still, it is not good. 1 out of 6 girls before they reach the age of 18 will be assaulted. 1 out of 12 boys are the best stats we are seeing today. Only 30% of those youth are going to tell, and we always expect kids to tell. But we know that's not what happened because perpetrators put them in a place where they feel like it's their fault. So only 30% are going to tell when they're under the age of 18. And the average age, if you're assaulted under the age of 18, you're going to tell is 52 years old. Because you've been made to think it's your fault, not the person who hurt you. And less than 10% of victims are assaulted by somebody they don't know. At Ralston House, our stat is more like 1%. That's a national stat. They're hurt by people, 40% by family members, 55% by people who that family said, I trust you with my most valuable thing, and they break that trust. And so that's why we have to look at the people who are around kids. Not that we don't prepare for a stranger, but the bigger danger is that. So what can agencies do with prevention or response? It's important to establish policies, review those policies, share those policies with both the staff and parents and even students in some cases, because a lot of times parents and students are seeing the violations of those policies. And then enforce them. Often we have policies. I can name organizations nationally we all know who had great policies, they just didn't enforce them. And it's not just about when someone violates the law, it's the things leading up to that, boundaries. What are the boundaries, and are those being reported? Or are they being blown? Well, I know this person, they're nice. That's the biggest thing we hear about perpetrators from parents when they're in Ralston House and we're talking to them before the interview is, they were so nice. Because they know that niceness lets people trust them. And so it's important to set those policies and boundaries to make sure they're being reported. And then when something happens, to go back and look through those, not with an idea of saying, oh, you did something wrong, but to say, where did the policy, where did our culture, where did our reporting fail us, and what can we do to improve it? Doesn't mean if I miss something, it's my fault. It's still the perpetrator's fault, but we can learn from it and make it safer for the next child who walks in the door. And that's what you're always wanting to do, continuous improvement. And then communicating those lessons. We had this policy, we've changed it, here's why, here's how we were fooled. And we want everyone to know that, because that way everyone's on the lookout for that now. And training is one of the, training is one of the most important things on that, is getting good training, and it's got to be a training that hits people's emotions. Because with this, nobody wants to listen about child sex abuse, and unless they hear the stories, hear the examples, and can say, I can apply that, oh, that makes sense, then it hits them. And when they realize it's not just a law that we mandatory report, it's a child's life. And that's a different message than saying, here's the rules. As the other one is, here's how we're going to keep kids safe. Finally, reporting. It's important to get reporting just not around when it's abuse, but the boundary violations. And that can be done by anyone who's in a building, whether it's the janitor, the secretary, the teachers, where they see violations of those boundaries we've all agreed to uphold. And to say, I'm not saying that's a person who's a perpetrator, I'm saying they're breaking the rules, they need to be informed, retrained, so that they don't. Because when we let lots of boundary violations go on, perpetrators hide then. You can't see the people who are trying to do their best from those who aren't. And reducing the barriers to reporting. If I feel like I'm going to get my school in trouble, myself in trouble if I report, or I'm going to be beat up because I report something, then I'm not going to report. It has to not only be told, this is the rule, but we welcome it, because every time we get a report, we're making it safer for the next child. And look at the stats, 1 in 6, 1 in 12, it is happening in our society. So the reporting's not the bad thing, it's the not reporting, it's not seeing what's going on. And again, that comes down to training. Training on what boundaries are, training on how to report, and setting a culture that we're okay if for a while it's rough on us, but we are always going to make the right decision. I will tell you, Ralston House, our referrals come, the police bring them in and we say, where did the original report come? I would say, anecdotally, it is teachers. They see things going on, they care for kids, and they make that hard report. And if you've never made a report, you don't know how hard it is. It makes you sick to your stomach. It's scary. But we have teachers who stand up all the time to do the right thing and make sure kids get into Ralston House and get investigated. Finally, we'll say we provide trainings, and we do this for free. All our services are for free, but we'll do it for professionals, for caregivers, for the community. The more people who realize the ways perpetrators operate, the boundaries we need to establish for our children and for agencies who work with our children, the easier it's going to be to start spotting and making it harder to perpetrate. And if our doors slow down so we don't have 1,000 kids coming in, that's great. We'll find something else for our staff to do. But we want to make sure that we get as many people trained as possible, and we're more than willing to work with the school district in any way that will help them. And the little QR code is a way to get to our training page if somebody wants to sign up. We will train. We train weekends, evenings, days. And again, we don't charge because we're all about slowing down the number of kids who walk in our door. I'd answer any questions you might have. And again, thank you for having us involved, and thank you for being concerned for the kids we see every day.
Thank you so much. Board members, are there questions?
Every time I go first, I'm like, I'm going to forget something, and then I want like a second round opportunity if you're the first person to ask questions. All right, so I wrote a couple of questions down, and I'm going to start from the beginning and work my way through. I'm curious first about the designation process for the Title IX lead in schools. You said about half of our schools have somebody designated in Title IX and half don't, so I'm just curious about that process.
Yeah, let's maybe let Ms. Tolleson talk a little bit about how Ms. Sloan We have a district Title IX officer named Emily Sloan, who has come in recently and done a tremendous job getting us caught up on all Title IX changes, which have been vast over the last several years. And Ms. Tollison and I have worked with Ms. Sloan to create a Title IX lead sort of model where Ms. Sloan can train somebody who's on site in each building to have the basic knowledge that they need for a school. And then also every school obviously has access to Ms. Sloan. So with that, Ms. Tollison, do you want to talk a little bit about how we identify those individuals in a building?
Yep, that would be great, and I appreciate the opportunity to give a shout out to Emily Sloan. She started this work in about September, I think, and in fact originally got in the School Safety Resource Center to do the initial adult sexual misconduct training for sort of cabinet level and some leadership, and then it's rolled out to level meetings for principals, and she's doing all of those things. So she's driving a lot of this work, and it's not explicitly all from a Title IX lens as we think about it. I mean, there's no question that child sex abuse violates Title IX, but in many ways, that's sort of the least of the considerations, right? But by having, so she's created this system of what they're called the designated administrator in schools, but because with a system this large, things just have to be staged. So we've got designated administrators, and I wish she were here to tell me exactly, but I think we've got one in every high school and some middle schools. She had them come in for a day's training about how to handle, because in those cases, one of the things we owe is, yes, investigation, yes, potential consequences for a respondent, but one of the biggest ones is what are the supportive measures that a potential victim is entitled to. And that's where she was one of the first people to interface with Ralston House from the district before we expanded the scope of our involvement with them in this work. So next year we'll have more designated administrators and more training, and eventually we'll have that kind of point person in every building.
I'm grateful for the work that she's already done and will continue to do. Thank you for the insight on the process. For me, that's helpful just to know that it's not just that you point at somebody and go, "You're it," you know. I hope that our listening public appreciates that as well. My next question is, have we denied employment due to background check results, and how frequently does that happen?
We have. I have Scott with me, my associate chief, so he'll be able to tell us maybe how much frequency we have. We would have to look back. I mean, we can get you specific data around the number. I don't know if Scott knows off the top of his head. No, he doesn't know off the top of his head either. But we certainly keep track of how often that happens and to whom it happens, because certainly we don't want that particular applicant to continue applying and us to continue going through this process. But yes, we have denied employment.
Okay. And I will just go on record right now and say I'm willing to be background checked as a board member, 100%. If we're going to be visiting in schools, absolutely. Let's do it. Tell me when to go get my fingers checked, and let's do it. My next question is going to be about existing student curriculum. We've talked a lot in the presentation about ways that we're preparing adults, and I want to know how we are preparing students to be their best advocates, how we're preparing families also to support their children in advocating and doing reporting when things happen. I think we've had, I can think of one instance since I've been a board member where I was impressed about the way that an incident was reported, because I know the statistics that many youth who are abused do not report. And so when that happens, that's something actually to be celebrated, that the report happened. Not that the incident occurred, but that the report happened and that something's being done to address it. And so I'm curious about what our measures are right now to support our students in being educated so they can protect themselves.
Thank you, Director Kenworthy. I do want to say to your first point about board members, we do have an election coming up, and some school districts do actually have candidates as part of that process become background checked before they they actually are elected. And so we are in the process of gathering policies from other districts for you all to look at. Regarding the units that students have access to, there are we provided this to board, and we're happy to put it also on our public website that is, I believe, was published today. But there are components of Growing and Changing, as well as components of SEL curriculum that speak directly to students knowing and understanding and boundaries, violations of those boundaries, and we are looking to expand what we're offering in that realm as well. So that we will make that more public. And the other piece is, I think that Madalena's team does a really great job of people knowing Safe to Tell and really promoting that opportunity and how it should be used. And, we do see a lot of things come through there that we're able to follow up on all kinds of circumstances for kids, and they seem to understand that that's a good place to report. But we do feel this is a place that we need to really look around and see what we can add to what we're already doing.
Excellent. As a person who has taught sexuality education to families, I just want to lift up how important I think it is, and I'm hopeful that Ralston House would also agree that it is vital that students know the medically accurate names for their anatomy so that they can accurately report when something happens, and I believe that that is on some of the parent tips that are available through Ralston House. So I was really heartened to see that tip sheet for families. I'm grateful that you have that, and I'm hopeful that we can expand access so that families can be in constant conversation, so that reporting them becomes not a huge obstacle, but something that happens quickly and because there's regular conversation. The last thing I want to ask is just around preventative measures. And it goes along with my curriculum question. I'm curious from Ralston House or from any of our other community partners, what preventative measures that they would recommend so that we can do work on that end. We're going to address the work on the other end when unfortunate instances occur, how we respond, but I want to know preventative actions as well.
There's a huge list of preventative actions. I would talk about a couple is training for staff on how they identify the patterns of perpetrators. Most people don't understand how much work perpetrators put into it, and it is, or even the simple fact that it's almost always someone you trust, because we don't let kids around people we don't trust. And so the problem is when I worked with you for 3 years, I don't think this is somebody who could do this. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to work with you or a friend. And nobody can just tell. It's just not ability. But the biggest things for me are setting boundaries around touch, boundaries around interactions being observable and interruptible, and then boundaries around what does it mean to be a teacher, a coach, as opposed to I'm this child's friend, or which we often see those boundaries get blurred around that. Like, well, I'm just being extra, I'm extra caring, and now I'm going to be punished for that. You can be caring and still hold very good boundaries. And when even though your intent may be the best, when you blur those boundaries because you have good intent, you blur them so that perpetrators can also look that way. So we set those boundaries for the adults to make sure we can identify when someone's stepping out. We set those boundaries for adults because it helps kids learn good boundaries when they're around adults who learn good boundaries. So those are just some, but we have a whole list, and really part of ours is we talk about training. I was just talking to the head of the athletic department and said, I used to coach girls lacrosse. Before I got concussion training, I never had a girl get a concussion. Every year after that, I had girls who had concussions. But I was trained that you had to be knocked out for a couple seconds on the ground. That wasn't because I wanted to be a bad coach. It was because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Well, I just want to say, as a survivor myself, that I'm grateful for you lifting up the point that folks who experience this are not broken or dismissible, that there's healing and that there's still participating in society, that this is not the end of the line for anybody when they experience these things. It's awful, but there's healing that happens. And I want our community really to understand that, not as an excuse for people who perpetrate, but as a beacon of hope for those folks who do experience unfortunate interactions when they're young and don't have the ability to report. It's not their fault if they don't report. I want to lift that up also. They may know that they can report, they may have been told they can report, but unless they do it, nothing will happen, and that is also not their fault. That eventually the healing can still happen even if it doesn't get reported when it happens. And the healing message is just something I really want to come back around to because it's so incredibly important for our community to know that that is possible. So thank you.
I just want to say about reporting, kids can't be expected, perpetrators purposely do things to them. And we forget, I'll just give you one example. Often kids don't report because they're afraid of because they love their parents so much, they're afraid it'll hurt their parents, and their parents will blame themselves. So kids take on that to hold that in. That's not a kid's fault because they're trying to protect people in their lives. And perpetrators will try to say, well, they should have done that, they could have stopped it. It's never a kid's fault, it is that. And I couldn't agree more. And I know too many people who have healed. I've met too many victims. And I could not come to work every day if I didn't see the healing every day I come into Ralston House.
Just thank you so much for the work that you do.
I'm going to second Director Kenworthy. The fact that people who have experienced abuse do go on to lead very fulfilling lives. I am both a survivor and someone who has reported. Not my own situation, but when I was teaching. And so given that, what I want to do is I want to talk about something that's become a hot button for kind of everybody, and that is the concept of a trusted adult. We put that into our curriculum when we talk to students about you need to have a trusted adult. And it really, I think the reason it's a hot button for so many sides is because it can be a great thing and it can be something that gets abused. And so I am curious about how we are teaching kids about that idea. And how do you know when an adult is trustworthy? Because, as you've mentioned, the adults that they trust can use that trust to manipulate and can say, wow, I was your trusted adult, and now you're setting this boundary with me? What? You're hurting my feelings. And children care about people's feelings, and they can be manipulated with that. But they also need to know that in my case, what was happening to me was happening at home. So that wasn't an option. And I was growing up, I'm old, I was growing up in the 70s. You better believe I didn't tell anyone what was going on. So what are we doing to help kids figure out really who they can trust and who they can't, and give them that permission to withdraw trust when all they need is a gut feeling, as far as I'm concerned. You get a gut feeling that says, that's all you need. You get to withdraw that trust. Do we have that in our curriculum?
Well, I was going to say, we're just now going through a lot of the policies and procedures, so I can't answer that about that. I can say you're exactly right. I think part of it is in our training with parents, we talk to them about how to help their kids figure out who's a trusted adult, who's not. And also, like you say, to be able to say no. How do you go about saying no to an adult when most kids are told their whole time to follow it? how to follow your instinct, what things don't you do. So part of it is how parents talk to their own children and start to help them learn boundaries. And then certainly there are curriculums that schools can put in place through the health sciences where they can start to learn those kind of things and know how to talk about them. There's been studies, you mentioned saying the correct body parts. There's been studies that show perpetrators are less likely to go after somebody who uses the right terms for fear they'll be able to describe it more. But I definitely think there are ways, and part of that is, especially with older kids, when you start to say, here's what teachers should and shouldn't do, if they're not doing it, if they're violating those, you need to question and go talk to somebody else about it. When I was coaching, we gave both parents and our athletes a list of the things that we shouldn't be doing and the things we should be doing. And we said, if we violate that, go talk to either the head coach or the athletic director, whoever, and say they're not following their own rules. And that can help bystanders also identify. Maybe the kid's not going to be able to step out, but a bystander can say, I know we're not coaches and supposed to be spending that kind of time with you. I've got to say something, but I'll let you all see.
On the curriculum side, I know we have done some work and responded to some feedback from our community around the term trusted adult. And I know we've done work with our high school principals and middle school principals in particular about, just because somebody creates a sign and hangs it outside their classroom and it says trusted adult doesn't make that person a trusted adult. And that families need to be part of that conversation. One of the recent revisions that we made to our Growing and Changing unit, for example, was to create, I believe, an assignment where students actually go home and talk at the dinner table or the breakfast table, whatever, with families about, who do we trust as a family? Who do we believe is a safe person? And what do we look at based on our family values related to who we think is a trustworthy person? So that's one recent adjustment that I know that we've made as an example. And we continue to work with our schools to help them understand, how do we make sure that we provide for students, adults for kids to talk to, especially when they need it, if they're feeling depressed, if they're feeling suicidal, if they're just struggling with a friendship issue, a boyfriend-girlfriend issue, a partner issue, whatever it might be. We want our students to have adults in their community, in their schools, in their families, in their friendship groups that they can talk to. At the same time, we don't want people just to be throwing around some words, trusted adult, when it's much more complicated than just a label. And so we know that this has been something we've been working on, and each school is kind of addressing it in a little bit of a different way, but it's on our radar, and I appreciate you bringing up the issue.
I think it's important, too, to understand that sometimes the really popular teachers may be the problem. And so if a teacher is super popular, then you get back into the whole, I don't want to get that person in trouble, or I'm afraid my friends will be angry with me because now I've gotten this popular teacher in trouble. So it's complicated, and I think we need to acknowledge that. My other question regards social media and the way that social media gets used within activities these days. So, I used to coach the speech and debate team, so I might have an Instagram account where I'm posting pictures from the latest speech tournament or whatever. And I know I've had some concerns brought up to me around this. Can you give us a little bit of an idea of the guidance that teachers get about how those can be used and, for example, the restrictions we have around what gets followed from those accounts, because sometimes you can end up with things linked that don't have anything to do with it, and how are we working on that?
Julie, I'm going to, because GBEB policy is in my head, and I know if we pull that up, it has some guidance around social media specifically. and some of the things that are allowable and not, because this is like obviously something that, I mean, social media has been around for a long time, but we have recently updated our guidance on how the proper interactions between staff and students on social media, so I'll let you talk about that.
Yep. We've updated really the whole idea of a regulation that really identifies in granular ways the sort of things to watch for in the boundary space. As some of the original version was adopted in 2023, and then we just updated it, got some guidance from the School Safety Resource Center, and I really welcome further feedback from Ralston House, because one of the things they pointed out to us is social media connections are a really dangerous and difficult path, including because the communications through the messenger features are totally encrypted. Even law enforcement can't get out them. I'm sitting in the presence of an expert, so I hesitate to get any of this wrong. But so our new policy just simply prohibits following or being followed or friended by those kinds of social media connections are just simply not to happen between teachers and students. Texting now, the one-on-one texting, either a parent could be on it, maybe a whole group of students, don't forget what to do tomorrow. Maybe in a pinch, a fellow administrator or an assistant coach, depending on the nature of the communication. But to really say communications need to be in a space where there are multiple eyes, emails not from your personal account, always, always, always from your Jeffco account. No communications that we can't at least access if we have a sad occasion to need to. We don't sit around and monitor them, but to know that we can look where we need to look. So we have gotten a lot more specific in that space.
And I'll just add that our comms team has really been diligent about going out and we have all these official accounts and then there's all these unofficial accounts, and we're reeling back in the unofficial accounts, and that's where we've had some issues where there's been accounts following things. Because as many departments and activities and things that there are, those could each have accounts, but that's actually not allowable through what's in our handbook around for communications and the things that we follow. So the comms team is actively looking for those things. When we learn about them, we are on top of them right away to get them either shut down, because really the channels are supposed to be very specific to the schools themselves. And as long as we can, as Julie said, the important thing is that we can monitor it, right? And so that's why no direct messaging is allowed on social media accounts, and we want communication to happen in a space where we can go back and see it.
One of my questions was just kind of related to that. I think this topic would relate to our policy GBEBR. Is that correct? Yes. Yeah. I wondered in that policy, I was looking it over, and it doesn't, hold on, I'm so sorry, I didn't pull it up. There's a section in there about reporting violations and disciplinary action. I know we've heard, recently folks talk about some of these kinds of situations that you're talking about. It doesn't say here what the disciplinary action is, and there's some language around reporting, no retaliation. It says if determining whether the violation has occurred, the district shall consider a whole bunch of things, but how do we know what the disciplinary action is for these kinds of activities, and who decides and when do they occur?
So anytime we have a potential violation of policy, we immediately assemble a team and determine should this person be put on administrative leave. And when we find this information out, and it is credible, we do immediately put them on administrative leave, giving us an opportunity to further investigate and dive into what is the alleged violation, how likely is it to be true. We spend time, as much time as necessary, interviewing witnesses, interviewing those who may have been involved. We use quite a few resources that we have available to us to ensure that we are taking each report very seriously, and oftentimes it will come through either an HR partner, so one of our team members in Human Resources. It may also come through a Speak Fully form we talked about at a recent board meeting. So any one of our employees can submit a concern around discrimination, harassment, any other violation of policy. I mean, really, it's kind of an open form that they can submit concerns on, and then we take action. Each week, we have a team that meets. It's a cross-functional team, so Human Resources, Legal, EEO, we have a team that gets together and they take a look at any issues that may have come up, and they determine what action needs to happen. They give updates on action that is already in progress. And then we make that determination based on all of the evidence that is found, whether it's law enforcement sharing that with us because it's a law enforcement investigation, or whether it's an internal workplace investigation. We use all of that evidence to make determinations about next steps regarding discipline, termination, or any other kind of employment action that might need to be taken.
Does all of that happen at the district level?
Sometimes it does happen at the district level. Sometimes if it's a lesser offense, if you will. For example, a teacher, not a misconduct, but potentially they're violating the policy around notifying us of their time off. So that might happen at a school setting. But when it becomes a larger issue, yes, it's typically a district-involved investigation that happens at the district level. Or a law enforcement investigation could also potentially be taking place separate.
I think something that, I don't know, raises a red flag for me is that we don't have any guidance in our policies around what the discipline actions are. It doesn't even suggest that that person might be fired, or so it feels a little unclear, but maybe more importantly, and we get a lot of comments about the kind of subjectiveness of who's reviewing these cases. And I mean, for kids, we grade them on rubrics and standards and lots of criteria, and they're published, and we know that adds some credibility to the process. But I wonder if there's a process, or if other school districts have policies that outline a systemic review, like a review that we feel like for our system can be counted on, and it's fair, and it's always the same for every single instance. Because it seems right now that it's very case by case, and kind of who's in the room and who's doing what, and that doesn't feel great for just understanding what we do when we learn about these.
And that's a great point. I think, well, a lot of our employee discipline, right, is covered by our agreements with our associations. They talk about those steps from a non-disciplinary letter of expectation to suspension to termination. But the other thing that's challenging with a policy like this is we really do want to encourage that if you see something, say something moment. And it may be as simple as the same student keeps having lunch in the classroom across from me and the door's closed every day. That's a violation of this policy. Now, it may be a brand-new teacher who needs coaching, and we've seen no other concerns, and you want it managed that way. And one of the things we keep seeing is kids keep saying, like, don't touch me on the shoulder while you're talking to me. Those show up in safe to tell, right? Kids don't want to be touched. For a teacher that's showing a chronic problem with physical boundaries with kids, that's going to elevate. For another teacher, it's going to be coaching. When we start talking about the serious violations involving any kind of romantic sexual misconduct, over secrecy from the family, having the kid over to your house, all those things, yes, those are going to hit this sort of multidisciplinary set of eyes to create that consistency that you're asking for.
Okay, sorry. There's a lot I think we have questions about. I wondered, thank you for being here and the work that you do at Ralston House. We have on a slide that we are going to consult with child safety experts. We have a whole list of partners. And I wonder, what have you seen as successful partnerships with schools? What do you need from us to help us be good partners? And, what can you advise for us that would help us to build those kinds of partnerships with other agencies as well?
Well, I think we've partnered with Jeffco Schools for the 18 years I've been at Ralston House. They've always been a part. We have a multidisciplinary team that reviews difficult cases once a month, and we've had someone from the school district there to give us, when we're asking questions about what would happen at school with this or that. So we've had that. We've I've done trainings at various schools, both for professionals and for teachers. Professionals and parents, where they've had us out to do trainings. I think what we always want is we're interested in getting the information out to the people on the ground. So the more training we could provide, the better we would think it is. And again, I think all agencies struggle with, there's a lot of training you have to get out. And so it's making decisions, how you're going to receive that. We find in-person training and getting stories, especially around this subject, helps implant it in people's heads. And so we're working with the school district now to work on some trainings, as they've talked about, around those issues directly with supervisory staff, who can then start passing that down. We're reviewing the policies and procedures, and we'll give at least our ideas on things we think could work better, and are always willing to come out to any school to present on it. Again, for me, the more people understand the dynamics of perpetrators, of how sexual abuse, of why kids don't tell, the better it'll be for kids. Because so many times it's up to an adult to notice. We're lucky when kids report, and it's always great, but it is not the norm. And there are very good reasons for that. So that's how we plan to, is just continue to give our ideas. And as the school district may see new areas for us to work with, we'll do that. We've already started working with the new Title IX person on even how we might be able to, we've done an interview for Title IX because our staff are trained how to do non-biased, non-traumatic interviews of kids, and we've actually, she asked if she could use us to do that, and we can do that because in that case they're the investigative agency. Had it been a police matter, we would always refer it to police, but this was something that didn't rise that level, but still, she wanted to have this kid interviewed by one of our staff. We're glad to do that.
I'm sorry, I have two more, one for each side of the table. This one, you said, and I've read a lot about this, that overall, I think this is what you said, we've reduced the numbers of instances, I think, of child abuse. And you said, though, that during kind of transitions where an organization might be doing this kind of training and learning more, you said it might be rough on us for a while. It's always struck me because it's been reported in the news, we've gotten a lot more understanding of different instances in Jeffco schools of these kinds of incidents. So it's been like a little confusing to see the national trends going down, but here in our own district, we see the numbers going up. And some would say, well, that's because we're getting better at reporting. So I kind of wonder, what your thoughts are for us on that. Is this our rough on us time? How do we think about that as an organization that is seeing something that is, horrible to see, and seeing it reduced in other areas of outside of our district?
Again, the stats speak to, when they look at those, there's not an income level, there's not a geographic level. That 1 in 6, 1 in 12, when they look at that, goes across. When the average age is reporting is 52 for kids who are assaulted, is when they first talk about it. The majority of cases are never found out under 18. So it is it is a mistake to think that because, I don't care if it's a sports team or a school or a Cub Scout troop, that you've never had a report, that means we were safe, is a false belief. And what we look for is, when we get a number of reports, is there, to start looking at, is there some policy thing that might be where they've just missed a big open, they've left a big door open. They've said everyone can meet one-on-one with kids, and it keeps happening. Then you're like, well, that may attract perpetrators to it. So you can look for something like that. It's always going back and saying, where did we make any mistakes? Could we tighten it up? But understand, we trust perpetrators until they're caught. And the majority are not, when the majority of perpetrators we see at Ralston House, the cases we see, they were never convicted until they've come in. The average amount, I think the FBI is over 100 kids they will assault if not convicted. And you only get away with a crime that much because people don't see it. And so I think, while I couldn't guarantee, more reports mean more assaults, I would say that is not a good measurement of it. The Boy Scouts, as an incident, had a number of assaults going on, and there were no reports coming in at the time. And that's why they've ended. Perpetrators' guilt often makes us feel like, I don't want to report because I'll feel like I was the bad person. You're not a bad person because somebody you trusted broke your trust. It's that person. But again, I would say, with a number of incidents happening, you go back and look and you try to make yourself better. You become an example. You support the families who had somebody hurt. That's what we can do. None of us are ever going to be able to stop and say it can never get into our Ralston House. We've not had any, but I'm never so foolish to think nothing can ever happen at Ralston House.
Thank you very much for that. Just my last question on slide 16, it mentioned other technology tools that we would be looking at. I'm wondering what's that market look like?
Yeah, so these technology tools are options for us to kind of do a deep dive audit of, think about everything from conversations to elements that kids are viewing. Our firewalls protect against those elements, but it goes in and it will audit content on computers. And so we're exploring different options in that space. What I will say about that is that it's not, you don't want to think about it like Big Brother watching everything all the time. It's going through and flagging specific content that could be dangerous. And so we're exploring tools within the market that would be supports to us in that direction.
My turn, I think. All right. Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. It's really helpful, and I think this has been a really great discussion. And I want to second Director Kenworthy. Since we were both only a year in, we'll go get background checked whenever you tell us it's ready, and we can we'll sign up. So I have a couple questions, so bear with me. The first are kind of around the training. So I saw that we had the sexual misconduct training, and we also had the mandatory reporting and grooming prevention training. And we had a great list of folks that were getting it, but I didn't see teachers or paras. And what I think I heard was those are often ones that report a lot. And so I didn't know if they were already getting it and just not on the list, or where they fit into that.
Yeah, and Julie can correct me if I'm wrong, and so can Amanda, but our mandatory training for child abuse reporting and mandatory reporter is for every single person in our district.
Great.
And so is the grooming training.
Okay.
Or the understanding grooming behavior. The sexual misconduct training is something that we are currently in the process of scaling. So it has not gotten to the teacher level yet, but it is headed there.
Awesome.
Is there anything else you would add? Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you. I think that's wonderful. And I appreciate you bringing up the Boy Scouts. As someone who runs a Cub Scout den and has for a long time. We are required to take annually to even be around kids, grooming training and reporting training, and it is very difficult to watch, but it is super impactful. And so I also wonder if this training is something that we could offer to parents. And we've talked about students, we've talked about principals, we've talked about staff, but parents. And at my son's elementary school, we have a number of clubs that come in, after-school clubs, and they seem like really wonderful people, but I wonder if that's not something that we could also extend to partners who are in our schools.
Yeah, so Tara Pena is working on the summit, and that we see that as a start. So we hope to then expand training. I think my understanding, and anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, there was some parent training going on before COVID that was offered by community organizations that kind of went away when folks weren't coming out for things. However, we are really interested in figuring out how to offer these trainings directly to parents and members of our community and support with Ralston House and other partners. And so the start will be to get some of that content going at our Safe Schools Summit, and then be working with DAC and SACS and other organizations, the mental health, or Jefferson County Mental Health as well, to figure out how to get content directly to families. So it is something that is on our mid and long-term planning schedule.
That's awesome, thank you. And I know you mentioned a website might have gone live today. Do you want to share what that website is?
Yes, I'm going to ask Madalena to look for the website address, but it is on our website. So it is tracking this work and the projects that we presented here tonight, and folks will be able to go to it. So what we'll do is we'll make sure we put it on this agenda item in board docs, and there will also be, I believe there's several newsletters going out next week, community update, board across the board, and we can also include the link in there so folks can track these projects, and that we can also add those amazing resources that some of you pointed to from the Ralston House and other organizations to make them easily accessible to families.
And I can give you that title of the page. It's Commitment to Safety, and it's underneath our school safety tab under services on the public Jeffco website.
Perfect, thank you. I know, and we've kind of discussed it, that we have had, over the last year, several instances where we've had inappropriate contact with students through our staff. I appreciate what you've said, and that, it's an opportunity to look and see what, to do a look and see if there was something that was missed, or even something we could adjust. Have we done those looks, or is this part of the work to do those looks?
Yeah, so I'll say that when we've debriefed issues, and then, Jeff and Madalena's team go and do safety observations at schools, we have them looking for specific things. In debriefing with police agencies about what occurred, we will oftentimes send something out to all principals, asking them to look for some of those things that we identified as not being barrier enough to things, to proper conduct with students. So we do these debriefs, and we're constantly looking for ways to improve, and that's part of what this project as well is, taking our current practices and asking agencies like, are we doing everything we can with background checks and such moving forward, and helping to just understand how we can improve them.
That's great. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Sorry, I'm almost done. This is a question I don't know if we can totally answer, but I'm really excited about this culture of Title IX that it sounds like Ms. Sloan is really kicking off and doing. Can I assume that Jeffco will continue to do that regardless of any federal changes?
We have no intention of abandoning those practices.
Thank you. I'm also curious about the volunteer management system, and we even heard that mentioned in public comment tonight. Have we done the cost-benefit analysis to understand that? Because I see in the slides that it's going to be implemented, to see that there is actual benefit that we can get from it for the cost.
Yeah, I'm gonna start, and then I'm gonna let Madalena talk a little bit more about what it is. So it's not just a volunteer management system, it's a visitor management system as well. So if people come into the buildings, and some of you may have experienced this in schools, where they run your driver's license and they make a badge. And some of our schools have that now, and others do not. So there's a bit of an equity issue, then they're purchasing it on their own. And, you know, this is where you asked about somebody, I can't remember now, sorry, it's getting late, who asked about the folks who lease our buildings for things, right? We've been talking about how we can use this background check, because it has an embedded background check process in the visitor management system that we could use with the folks who lease our buildings as well. So that we do have some standards and protocols, because the folks in our buildings, like most of them are leasing space in buildings that are active, and so they may run across students or families, right, while they're in there. So it's more than just volunteers, and it's really important, like these things are assets in some of our schools, but unfortunately not all of our schools have either been able to afford them or chosen to provide them. So we are looking at it from a district standpoint and feel that this is something that we need. And I know this is something that Madalena's team has spent a lot of time on, so I'll let her talk about that.
When it comes to costs associated with each of the checks, we look at it as a tiered approach. So if I'm a visitor coming into a building, I'm going to be with a staff member the entire time. It's going to run a basic check that doesn't have an associated cost. It's running through public databases at that point. As we start to tier up with individuals being in our building at different access to students, different levels of checks are required. And what's great about these platforms is it allows us to take that check that is required and we should have in place, right? But it allows us to bulk the cost of those checks so that we're not paying as high of an expense as we would be if we were doing it individually. So it's actually a cost savings when we look at just the pure element of the associated cost for background checks for different levels of access.
So at my son's elementary school, to volunteer at the beginning of the year, you have to fill out a form, and they say you're going to be background checked. Is that one? That's not the like swipe your ID.
Correct.
But does that also go through this same?
Yes. So the
check?
system would manage all of those levels. Yeah. Great question.
Okay, I think that's it. I really appreciate the time we've taken tonight to talk about this, and I really appreciate you guys answering some pretty tough questions.
Yes, and I'd like to thank you as well. I would like to agree with Mr. Mosley. My work as a CASA, I couldn't do it if I didn't believe that kids were resilient and that they could recover and thrive. So I definitely want to highlight that. I have a couple more questions, though. Are there loopholes in background checks? So again, from my experience, when I pick up a case, a new dependency and neglect case, I was so disheartened to notice how many reports were listed as unfounded before they finally opened a case. And I just kept thinking, we could have gotten to these kids so much earlier. What happened? Do you find that with your work in Ralston House?
The biggest loophole is when we really do our job well and we identify someone who's violating boundaries, that's not against the law.
Mm-hmm.
And often, depending what kind of agency you're with, that agency says, we can no longer have you broke our rules. And that's great. That child wasn't hurt. And I know we often see parents who are very frustrated because you can see they'd walked them up to the edge, and luckily we caught them, but they're like, so you can't arrest somebody if they haven't done it. But then they often go to another agency. So for me, the biggest loophole in the system is how do we communicate between, schools, agencies, nonprofits, any place that works with kids, how do we communicate? Yeah, they're not listed on some sex offender registry. They were never charged with anything, but here are the behaviors they were doing. And I just know that with today's legal environment around job recommendations and things like that, that can be very difficult. And we see agencies really struggle with what they can and can't say. But that's often what we hear, because often we'll find out when the police are ready to charge because of one kid we've had make a very good outcry, they say, well, let's look at where, oh, he was here and here and here and here before, we need to start going back. And sometimes the first place will tell you, yeah, that's why we got rid of him. We didn't like that, but we were told we couldn't say anything because it was just, we would say we wouldn't rehire, but that's it. We couldn't talk about the reasons. So that, I think, is a sort of above my head, legal-wise, but that is the loophole, is when we do our job, we see these things going on, they somehow can often move to the next job.
One of the things I would just add, President Parker, is that this is why the work that we're doing on consistent system-wide reference checks for both new hires as well as employees who are moving within the system is really important. And you all know about our ERP project to modernize our business operations systems. We desperately need that system to upgrade so that we can implement more systemic practices around things like reference checking. I mean, the background check is the formal process, and we all know that formal processes aren't necessarily perfect. And so this responsibility of hiring managers to call the current supervisor or the most recent supervisor and ask really specific questions that we know we have friends who are going to help us determine that we have the just right questions, and training on how to ask those questions is something that is happening right now too. The system to make sure that we're tracking and monitoring that and giving the right employees access to it so that they can see it all is coming with the ERP.
And I also know along the lines of reference checks, there used to be laws that the only thing the previous employer could say is, yes, they worked here, or no, they didn't. And so I don't know if Ms. Tollison knows if there's been loosening up now on the reference checks when you call a previous employer.
Certainly, in a public sector position like this, where there's some additional protections in statute for us, we are advising at least advising our folks to maximize transparency when they've got somebody they think might be bad for kids. And we have a policy update sort of coming in that space as well next month.
But to your knowledge, are there any laws that prohibit any employer from giving more detail as to why? Okay. And then also, we've had instances too where staff comes in from out of state. So they were involved in some incident out of state. And I don't know what our ability is to check that. And I was wondering, do we have any place on their application which they are asked a question, were you ever involved in an incident? And then if they say no, but we discover yes, can we do anything about it?
Yes, indeed. So first of all, to answer your first question around should something happen in another state, when our fingerprinted employees go through a background check process, it's not just a Colorado background check process, it's a comprehensive federal background check process. And so it accesses databases from every state. There are other levels of background check that we do not use for our employees that have lesser, maybe like a within your neighborhood background check, or just checking the sex offender registry. But our background checks that we use for our fingerprinted employees are very comprehensive, and again, use both the FBI and the CBI databases to search. To Mr. Mosley's point, another loophole that I might point out is that sometimes people are under investigation for something and there's nothing founded, and yet they have been investigated for inappropriate behavior. That doesn't show up on a background check. And so to Superintendent Dorland's point, we very much have to rely on our reference check processes and partnerships that we have with other school districts in the expectation to share that information. To your second point, President Parker, our employees, all applicants, are asked 3 questions, and one of those questions is, have you ever resigned in lieu of termination? Have you ever been convicted of a felony? And one of the other questions I can't remember, but it's something along those same lines. So they have to answer those questions twice if they are considered for employment. So the first time is when they apply, and then the second time is when they actually are offered employment. And if they answer yes to any of those questions, we have a team of onboarding techs who review all of those responses, whether they checked yes or no, and whether they expanded on that. And if they did, we are able to contact the hiring manager. The hiring manager is able to see what was written, and we can make hiring decisions from that information as well. Additionally, whenever we have an employee who has been under investigation for some type of misconduct, whether founded or not, we do have an obligation to report that. And so we oftentimes report to CDE. We 100% of the time report when it is founded or when they are terminated because of that. And then CDE then flags their license and makes determinations based on whether or not their license is revoked or suspended or whatever other type of mechanism they might have.
And if, to your first example, they said, the question was, were you ever, did you ever resign in lieu of termination? And they say no, hopefully in your reference checks and whatever, you could find that they're lying.
Exactly. And I will tell you that has happened. And when and if we find out, we do take employment action against the employee.
Okay. Another thing, I just want to highlight the need to train children, and I want to broaden it a little bit more because my experience as a CASA is not just sexual abuse. In fact, most of it's other kind of abuse. And I'll just remember one of my little Emma, whose parents mistreated her so bad that she ended up in Children's Hospital with organ failure. And some of the therapy she got early on, she said to me one day, she said, you know, my mom didn't treat me right. She shouldn't have done that. And she didn't know. I mean, she was starved, essentially. And so I would want our training for children to be broader than just don't touch these body parts or here are the proper terms, but what's appropriate, even for parents. So I want to say that. I also want to echo Mr. Mosley when you talked about trusted adults and the idea of whether Ralston House has, a clean record. I asked about CASA as well, so the Jefferson County, and the executive director said, well, it's like knock on wood, we haven't found anybody that's done anything inappropriate, but it doesn't mean they haven't. And I know for myself, I've been very well trained and ongoing training. And so some people think that means I could say I'm a trusted adult because I've been highly trained, but it's no guarantee. There is no guarantee. So that's why I really want children to be knowledgeable of what's appropriate or not. Interestingly enough, I will say something else about trusted adults. I found it a lot of places in schools throughout Colorado. It's not just Jefferson County where it's in curricula. But I asked in CASA, and I did searches. Where do we have it in our training? Because it's extensive training. And I didn't find a single instance of that term used. And I also looked at your Ralston House, and at least the overviews that I looked at, I didn't see that term used either. So I think it is good that we are thinking about it more and making adjustments. And I think that's it for my questions. But anyway, thank you so much. I'm so glad that you'll be working with us. It's so important. Obviously, Jefferson County has been in the news, and I want the public to know that we have taken this seriously. We are doing the work that we need to do, and especially learning, as you said. Something happened, it's the perpetrator's fault. That's who's guilty. Then there's a whole bunch of other people that had a part in it or could have maybe done something. They're not the guilty person, but they need to learn from what happened. So again, thank you very much. All right, for our last study item tonight, the board will receive an update on high school reimagined work as part of Jeffco Thrives. This presentation focuses on college and career readiness and work-based learning opportunities designed to prepare all students for bright and successful futures. One of the highlights of tonight's presentation is a proposed public safety academy designed to bring high school students and industry professionals together in a modern learning facility. Dr. Kim LeBlanc Esparza is joined tonight by Ellen Mary Hickman from Differentiated Solutions, who is leading district staff in its High School Reimagined work. Before I turn this over to Dr. LeBlanc Esparza, Superintendent, do you have anything you'd like to share?
Thank you, President Parker. I'm excited for our group here to get settled and present to the board tonight. We've been talking about High School Reimagined now for a while, and I'm excited about the fact that we've intentionally been focused on doing the work with our high school principals, who in turn engage their staff as they do the work in their buildings. And I know many people have sometimes said, what does it mean you're doing, right? What does it actually look like in action? So we have some real-life practitioners here with us this evening to talk about what it looks like in their schools, which I know is always a special opportunity for our board to hear from our school leaders. And we're going to share more concretely tonight about what the work looks like in our school buildings. So with that, Dr. Kim, I'm going to let you kick us off, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Thank you, board members, for having us this evening. I think it's been about a year since we got an opportunity to come to the table and talk to you all about High School Reimagined, and as you can imagine, there's been quite a lot of work that's been done during that time. So I'm going to start out by introducing who's at the table with me, and we're going to talk you through an update of the work that we've done over the last year, and start by sharing some background information since the last time you heard about High School Reimagined. So thank you to Ellen Mary Hickman, who is certainly spearheading a great amount of this work, working with us. John Thanos is, as I think many of you know, the principal of Chatfield. Lisa Mahana is principal of Wheat Ridge. Heather Waldron is here with us from the Career and Technical Education PWR team. Josh Kraft is principal of Lakewood High School, and then Jeff Pearson, as you know, our safety and security executive director. So thank you to all of you for being part of this work. It takes a village to do our High School Reimagined work, as you can see, and we're doing some really exciting things in this space. Just to ground us, you all know High School Reimagined aligns to our Jeffco Thrives 2025 plan, specifically looking at that extraordinary student experience and the culture of instructional excellence, and really looking at how do we give our high school students the kind of experience that prepares them for the world that they're going to live in. You know, we believe that every student should have the skills to be leaders in their own lives. We want them to advocate for themselves. We want them to have the opportunity to lead in their community, in their school, in the future workforce, and make decisions around the things that they care the most about. High School Reimagined really centers on the student experience because we're preparing them for their future, really looking at what they want to pursue. And really, I think what stands out to me as far as why focus on high school, this is where we need the greatest innovation to meet the demands of the future for our students. And really, these are the students that are entering out into the world the soonest when we look at PK through 12. And so this needs to happen immediately because our students really need us to give them experiences to prepare them so that they can make the choices that they want to make. As you all know, it is not easy to change an entire system, especially one as large as Jeffco. When we think about 17 comprehensive high schools, 23,000 students in high school, we are looking at multiple ways to create change at a large scale. And we're really fortunate. We have a strong foundation to build on. There's a lot of post-secondary workforce work that has been done, a team that is supporting concurrent enrollment, is supporting work-based learning, industry certification efforts. We just want to make sure that every student has the opportunity, not just students who happen to be in a school that has a lot of pathways, but every student has the opportunity to make choices about where they want to grow and where they want to go next. And finally, as you can tell by the principals and the district team with me today, guiding throughout this, we are working together to really look towards shifting the system. Our principal leaders have been a key part of creating change in our schools, and our central team continues to help build scalable supports across all of our schools so that we can make this a reality for all of our students in Jeffco. Sorry, it's late, and I don't want to forget the really important things. As we look at High School Reimagined, one of the really important aspects of this is it can't just happen in high school. If we wait until our students enter high school, it's too late. We need to really look at the elementary experience and make sure that our students learn about their interests and learn to love school. When we look at middle school, our middle school students need supports to explore career options and think about how their interests and their values align with their future. And then that creates space in that high school where students can use 9th and 10th grade to really think about how do they build their academic and durable skills that they need to thrive in their future. And then finally, in 11th and 12th grade, really looking at meaningful ways for the Seminole experience to bring to life the things that kids are most interested and most passionate about. So when we talk about high school reimagined, I think Superintendent Dorland said, in the beginning, we started talking about what does that mean we're going to do? And there's been a considerable amount of work over the last 1.5 to 2 years, really making it concrete and really making it visible as far as what this work is. And our principals have come together multiple times to really grapple with how do we use durable skills to really bring to life the kind of learning experiences that our kids need? How do we ensure that they have a resume that represents proficiency, not only in core content, but in those durable skills? How do we make sure that our students have opportunities to earn college credits and industry certifications? What does a Seminole experience look like? And how will we know if we've been successful at giving every student the opportunity to experience a Seminole experience, work around work-based learning? And then finally, how do we help our students have a career plan that they're excited about? And so I know Director Reed reached out earlier in the week and asked the question, you know that you don't have numbers on here, right? Yes, we do. Honestly, part of the work was really being thoughtful and being authentic about, are we using the right metrics? And so we entered into a conversation first around what does success criteria look like? And then second, what data do we have to tell us we're doing the right work? How do we know that it's having a positive impact on our students' experience and our student success? And so at our last retreat with our principals, we really dug in and talked about, these are the metrics we know we have, are these the right ones? And in conversation, really pinpointing what can we measure and how will we know if we accomplish all the things on the left? Our next step is genuinely to set some guidelines in each of those areas together, using our steering committee, using our principal input, and then giving them the opportunity to really engage with their staff and figure out where are they in the journey, and then how do they set goals for their school so that they can continue to grow and get stronger in each of those different areas that you see measured on the right.
Well, y'all, this is a new graphic you haven't seen yet. We tried here to capture all of the many different things that we're doing that are connected directly to reimagining our high schools. On the left in that gray area, you're going to see things that are happening across all of our schools. This is the work that we're doing really on a day-to-day basis to try to think about what happens for our kids tomorrow that we can really help them prepare for that future. On the right side, you're going to see a few district pilot programs that we're working on to really understand how do we see change, how do we get quick wins, how do we learn from different elements of this work and then scale that at a wider range. And the South pilot, which I'll speak about in a few slides, is this beautiful part that is both a pilot in the middle, but it is impacting our work on a daily basis because of how rapidly we are learning from the work that's happening across those 4 schools. So what I'm going to do and what we're going to do for the next few slides is I'm going to give you kind of a deep dive into each of these nice little bullet areas, and that is exactly why we have some of the people here today to speak to what's happening in real time across our schools. So I'm going to start with resume of a graduate, and this is some information that you've heard before, but we really thought, how do we put together what do we want to be true for our students? And sometimes you might have heard this as a portrait of a graduate in other places, but for us, we said our kids need to have the resume. They need to have that concrete electronic at this, obviously, we don't do hard copies anymore, but that concrete resume that's going to truly set them up for whatever the next step is they want in that future career. And that resume should be a culmination of all of their experiences through their PK-12 in Jeffco, but specifically really thinking about how does the high school experience, how do we help them set up 4 years of expert experiences academically, socially, and personally that are going to then really elevate their next steps once they graduate and walk across the stage for us. Our resume of a graduate is grounded in America Succeeds Durable Skills, and I'll get to talk a little bit more about that well, actually, Heather's going to talk about that a little bit more, but you're going to see 4 durable skills here: critical thinking, leadership, collaboration, and communication. And these are the places where America Succeeds has actually done a lot of work to narrow in. There is a wheel of 10 durable skills, and these are the top 4 durable skills that come up 5 times more often in any job posting, and that is across multiple different areas. So we really believe that a student that can demonstrate proficiency in these is going to be set up for success, as it says right there, in their own life, whatever that path is going to be for themselves. And when we think about Resume of a Graduate and the work that we've done already on the ground, we are really thinking about with our principals how to bring a resume is not complete unless you have experiences that go along with it. That you can say, here are the things that I have done that prove that I really am able to demonstrate these skills. So for us, we are connecting that directly to a seminal experience, which is really a meaningful work-based learning opportunity that is connected to a career that allows students to say, I really want to do this, or oops, that is not what I want to do, and now I'm going to save much time and money when I think about my future path, because I know now in high school that that's not where I want to be. This also gives them a really significant opportunity to reflect on their academic and durable skills to put together that meaningful plan for their future. This is something that we think is extremely important, and one of the things that we're doing, really spearheaded because of the work of Heather's team, is we're going to be holding an industry summit with many, we're going to say 300 is our number, our hope to bring industry partners together on April 29th, and we are going to share with them this vision of what we see for our students in Jeffco. We are going to deep dive with them on what are the durable skills in their industry. What does it actually look like in your industry for students to demonstrate these 4 durable skills? And we are going to create a call to action for them to help partner with us in making this a reality for our students. We are extremely excited about that event and where that's going to lead us. And I mentioned this before, but Tracy is really great at pushing us when we present things like this, and she'll say, okay, but really what's the definition? Like, give me the definition of a durable skill. And so we wanted to share this just so that we are, again, grounded in the same language. When we say durable skills, we are talking about the lifelong abilities that set the foundation for personal and professional success for our students. They are in demand, as I mentioned before, regardless of industry sector, occupation type, educational attainment level, or geography. These 5 top skills, and you'll see metacognition in there, we are not focused on that right now, are requested nearly 5 times more than the other skills. So we are really trying to narrow in on how do we allow our students to truly have life-changing opportunities. And what we've done, I mentioned this, in partnership with our principals, we've narrowed our durable skill instruction to 4 durable skills, the top 4 durable skills. We wanted to make sure that we could align our professional development and our retreat content to deepen understanding across all of our comprehensive high schools. We needed to start smaller because if you've ever been a teacher, you know it's hard to do 10 things at once. And we wanted to make sure that we were really aligning to some of the instructional strategies that we've already been embedding and working on really intensely in our system. So we're developing a shared set of resources. We're working with our teachers to really think about what does this look like in your classrooms. And this allows us to really narrow in. And I wanted, Josh is here today because I actually had Dr. Kim come back from Lakewood and say, oh my gosh, I saw it happening. I saw it happening in our classrooms. And so we knew we had to bring Josh here, and I would love for him just to share a little bit about how he is actually taking this in his school and really allowing his teachers to start to implement this right now. So Josh, would you share a little bit about what you're doing at Lakewood?
Yeah, I wish I had something revolutionary to share with you guys, but we just started out with some relevance discussions at the start of the year. I brought out a list of the top 10 skills the World Economic Forum posted in their Future Jobs report, and we looked through it as a staff. And we talk about, the academic preparation, but what we're really doing is preparing kids for post-secondary outcomes, become employable. So we really take this durable skill lens into an employment lens. As Ellen Mary talked about, you can't focus on 10 things at the same time. So we ground back into the critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and leadership. In order to make that work effectively in the classrooms, we ask our PLCs and our groups as they're planning their units of study and their assignments, how can we foster these moments of critical thinking, collaboration, communication? When I walk through the classrooms, it's evident that they're taking this to heart, and you see these kids engaged in robust discussions, respectful discourse, really analyzing data critically. If I can get my students to think critically, communicate effectively, and foster collaboration, they're naturally developing leadership skills. So we're hitting all 4 by hitting 3. So, that is the goal. It's a lofty goal, but I think it lends itself well to what we do at Lakewood High School. The durable skills development really aligns with the approaches to learning from IB, so it's kind of been a seamless transition within our school. I think what Dr. Kim saw was one of our IB trained teachers, and she wasn't doing this for our instructional walk. She's been doing that all year that I've been walking through these classrooms. So I was glad to see that they got to see some of the work that happens every day in our classrooms. So I wish I had more to share, but thank you for having me.
Heather, I'm going to jump in and say, I appreciate the modesty in that, but the reality of it was students were grappling with various sources of publication, looking for bias, having conversations around political bias that different entities of publication have, and calling that out, but they were incorporating the durable skill because they had it up. It was one of their focus areas that they talked about at the beginning of their lesson, and then kids were talking about how that skill was so important in what they were being asked to do. So they were calling it out really explicitly, which it was the first time in all of our walkthroughs that we were seeing kids talking about it and grounding in it, and it not just being some word somewhere up in a room, but kids were actually grappling with it. So we were really pleased to see that.
Well, thank you. And I think this really just speaks to some of that district-wide work that we really are trying to do of anchoring into those strong instructional practices that we're working on district-wide, but thinking about how do those apply to this durable skills work in every classroom, every day for our students. What we know is that in addition to the core content opportunities for durable skill instruction, we also have students engaging in exploring and learning more and preparing for different career pathways. And so kind of taking a step back a little bit, we talk a lot about career pathways when we're talking about High School Reimagined, and thought it'd be great to just kind of norm everybody of what do we mean when we talk about a career pathway at the high school level, right? And so what we're really talking about here is our schools having an opportunity to provide 2 or more years of career-connected coursework. Those courses build on each other, they're vertically aligned, they have technical skills that are supported by industry partners. Industry partners are coming in at least twice a year and meeting with those teachers to advise on trends and what's happening. Do you have the right resources, equipment for students to engage with? So they have those experiences in a safe space in their classroom, again, to make some decisions of, is this something I might be interested in pursuing, or is this something that really isn't for me? All of those career pathways have opportunities for students to develop leadership skills through different CTSOs. You may have heard of like FBLA and DECA and some of the more popular and bigger ones, but every single career pathway has those opportunities embedded in them. And they all align to high-wage, high-demand careers and post-secondary opportunities. So students can take that learning and really extend it after high school. Just kind of an interesting note is we have approximately 150 different recognized career pathways in our high schools across Jeffco. About 30 of those are at Warren Tech. Over 100 are in our home high schools. And so that's really where the majority of these experiences take place. And I thought I'd take a moment to just kind of give a couple examples. So this is one example of within the Arvada articulation area. And so just about all of our middle schools also have middle school combined exploratory programs where students have an opportunity to test out a variety of different career pathways. And really the focus there is around career exploration, just starting to think about what is it that I like, what do I enjoy doing. They do durable skill instruction, technical skills. Some of these are in STEM programs, sometimes they're in multimedia, a variety of different areas. But regardless of what area, those students are developing the skills to start to think about what am I interested in when I go into high school. A student might come out of that program at North Arvada Middle School, and then one of the many career pathways, for example, at Arvada High School, is a health science career pathway. Students have an opportunity to take a year-long anatomy and physiology course and a year-long pathophysiology course. They could then, their junior year, go over to Warren Tech and engage in like an EMT pathway or a CNA pathway. Or they might choose to stay at Arvada High School and finish that career pathway at Arvada High School. At Arvada, I tried to take actual real courses instead of just talking about it theoretically, right? So at Arvada High School, they could stay and they could do patient care tech and earn a certification, and or phlebotomy and become a certified phlebotomist at Arvada High School. Right? Those students could then go on to Red Rocks Community College into a post-secondary degree program and or work directly out of high school. Oftentimes what we'll see is students will do both, right? So now I have a really meaningful career that I can engage in while I'm going to college, which is a great opportunity. One more example, just because we wanted to ground folks in what this really looks like. This is actually an actual student that graduated from Austin Valley High School a couple of years ago. We pulled their experience that the teacher communicates back with our team often about, they get really excited about the things that their students do when they leave. So this is an example of where that middle school program really set that student up to go directly into that high school program, right? Those courses directly aligned. Doesn't always happen that way, but it's great when it does. This student, you can see, really engaged in some rigorous core academics alongside their career pathway courses. Tying those two things together creates greater relevancy for our students, and they're excited about what comes next. This student earned SolidWorks certifications. They were able to be working as a drafting technician. They also completed a STEM capstone, which made them eligible for a really competitive paid internship in college. And so gives you some ideas of what some of these pathways look like across our home high schools. And it's really some of the work that we're excited to continue to support. So the work that we've been doing differently through High School Reimagined, especially this year, is grounding in what is it that we mean by quality career pathways. So we have over 100. How do we make sure that they're really all setting students up for success and norming that across our system? And so when we talk about quality career pathways, and our high school principals have heard this over and over again, they've been really looking at their pathways to say, okay, are we at that quality level? What can we do for next steps within our pathways? But we're talking about really making sure that it's not just the adults that know how that pathway aligns to high-wage, high-demand careers, but it's the students that are in those pathways. They're really able to explore what those opportunities are. That the pathway has some sort of college credit or industry credential tied to it. Students are earning something that allows them to enter post-secondary with something tangible. That obviously there's the quality instruction that comes through, right? And so that instructional excellence comes into those classrooms as well. And that there's formalized industry partners where our students are building their professional network and engaging in work-based learning experiences. And so that's been really the bulk of where this work has been going this year, is trying to get smarter about what these pathways look like across our system.
Thank you, Heather. And I will say that one of the ways that we've been able to dive into this really deeply is through the South Regional Pilot. So we were able to secure some grant funding that provided us an opportunity to bring 4 of our schools together, Bear Creek, Chatfield, Columbine, and Dakota Ridge, to really start to explore what it would look like to collaborate on a really strategic level to provide more opportunities like CTE pathways to our students in their home region. And we spent some time thinking about what the outcomes of the pilot should be, and we focused on really looking at the South region and saying, what are the quality career pathways we want for students? How do we develop them and not just have okay classes that students are kind of interested in, but that we are really helping them, as Heather just defined, identify that high wage career, find that college credit, secure a credential, and really open up opportunities as they think about where they want to go next. We also knew that it was really important to learn on a small scale. How could we create more work-based learning opportunities for students? It is very difficult to think about the levels of relationships we need with industry partners, all of these things. And so we said we have to do this on a small scale to understand what it would look like across all of our high schools. We also knew that there were going to be some challenges in systems because our current comprehensive high schools work on various different bell schedules. They work on different registration processes. They're all different. And we knew we couldn't really figure that out unless we looked at a small piece of the puzzle and really tried to say, what would this mean for us to collaborate in this way? And in addition, when we brought the principals together, they said, we really want to engage in some regional professional development so that our teachers really feel like they are part of a larger team that is connected to our kids in our South region. And I've been so lucky to work closely with these 4 schools. It has been absolutely wonderful to learn at a very rapid pace. And I wanted to bring John here today because he has taken on so much of this work individually and as a key part of this. I could have brought all 4 of them, but then we would have been here very late. So I'm going to ask John to share a little bit about what he's done in the pilot and what that's really meant for him as a part of it.
Yeah, so I'll just start by saying, like, it's been such a positive, it's been so positive for us in so many ways to be a part of the South Pilot and to see ourselves as leaders, but also just as schools more aligned with our partners at Bear Creek, Columbine, and Dakota Ridge. It just comes from a place of being in a headspace to share more ideas, the things that we already do well, and making sure that those structures can exist and that we can share how the things that we do well at one site can also get off the ground and get rolling at many sites. So we've done things like establishing career hubs in each building in the South, things like having future planning days in the fall across each of our schools, the way in which we execute our college and career nights and future planning nights. We're going to see an increase in concurrent enrollment at each of the 4 schools from sharing our structures of how we get those things done and add concurrent enrollment availability for our schools. And it's really been evident by our partner mapping work that we've done. So for years, we've placed students with internships at an individual way at each individual school. So now you're talking about Chatfield has 25 partners where we send schools for an internship or apprenticeship or something like that. Columbine may be calling the same business. Dakota Ridge may be calling the same business. And so we've worked together alongside Heather's team and partner mapped, and we have over 80 partners already that we now see as accessible across all of the South schools. And so sharing structures like that has been really positive, and structures that already existed in our individual schools. Beyond that, we have begun really in-depth conversations. Like you said, I think for years we've seen power in being different and the unique options and those different choices, and we're looking at that differently and saying, what is the power in us being shared in a variety of areas? So we will take steps this year to be sharing more students across our different schools so that students have access to programs that may only exist at one school. For instance, Chatfield is the only school with an auto shop in the South area, and so we'll have students from each of the 4 schools attending next year, but it will go across multiple programming and in multiple areas. We have conversations scheduled after course selection to talk about sharing teaching FTE in areas in which we can lighten the burden, the economic burden, the financial burden that each school is sharing by saying, what would it look like if we shared a teacher and the teacher moved instead of the students in some of these cases? Eventually, and we've mocked up many iterations and are close to an iteration that we feel good about, being on the same bell schedule, because that's what would really unlock the next step of being able to share these systems. If we are being honest, that's the biggest hurdle that we have. And so we have done a lot of work on that and feel good about that. A couple things we feel really good about at Chatfield. So each of us has taken like a bite of the pie and been like, what can we do at our individual school to help push this work forward so that we learn these lessons that Ellen Mary's talking about. At Chatfield, we have teachers that are deeply invested in credit crosswalking. We have many courses that have only been able to receive elective credit and have just fit in that bucket for a number of years. And we're working with our district partners to get courses approved so that they could also work for core credit, which would ultimately give students more choice and more opportunities to choose their own path as they work through their high school experience. And we'll have a number of courses that we hope to get approved and have the opportunity to earn either core or elective credit coming. We've put our stake in the sand and said we're a work-based learning for all school. So it is not just like an alternative option for the kids at the bottom or just like an extension option for the kids at the top. Any kid that wants to register for work-based learning opportunity, our Career Hub will do everything we can to set them up with an internship or career shadow experience. It's sitting on our registration guide instead of just being something that kids have to take the gumption to do. And in our class meetings to push or to start our course registration process, we explained we're a work-based learning for all school. And through that, we're only a week into the course selection process with 2 weeks left to go. We're already in a place in which we're anticipating at least tripling our number of internships for next year. And so those are just two examples of things we have going in our school, and each school's taken a different bite at the pie. Most importantly, I feel the biggest impact has been I see the other schools as my partners in this, and they see us as their partner, and we're looking at the South area as our students and not their students over there or what we offer over here. And that mindset shift is an important shift and one that will lead to more opportunity for all our kids.
Thank you so much, John, for sharing that. And then in addition, because we've seen so many great things happening out of this pilot, we are in the very early stages of a durable skills pilot, which we have had the unique opportunity to partner with America Succeeds directly. They have actually been looking for a handful, very few number of districts and specifically high schools across the country that they can start to, in addition to supporting us to implement durable skills, that they can learn and research the impact of durable skills on students in a real-time setting. So I don't have much to say other than we know it will be Columbine and Green Mountain as our two schools that will be ready. Both teams really excited, had a lot of buy-in from principal and ALT saying we are ready to take on this opportunity, very excited to do this. And this is another pilot where we anticipate being able to learn very quickly to be able to bring this to all of our schools at a very rapid pace, but also because of our system, learn on some small scale, probably fail on some small scale, and then be able to iterate really quickly to the rest of our schools. We will update you next time with great success stories, I am sure. And then I'm going to give this to Dr. Kim.
So anyone who knows Lisa Mahana knows that she has great energy and enthusiasm about the work that her school does. And she called up not too long ago and said, you guys have to come out and see the work that we're doing. We have partnered with the Center for High School Success, and we're really having some unbelievable outcomes for ninth graders when we're looking at kids being on track. And we said, all right, we would love to come out and see it. We want to see promising practice. And I have to say, Lisa invited us in to come watch her team have conversations around how are kids doing, how do we know, who's being successful in our classes, with one of the most transparent processes of looking at student success data I've ever seen among a high school staff of folks, especially in light of the short duration of time that Lisa has been there as a leader. They were operating at such a collaborative level. I have to give Lisa huge kudos for that work. So I want to hand it over to her to talk about the work that she and her team are doing around ninth grade success and how it's having an impact on students in her school.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. That was awesome. It'd be a great night going home with that little tidbit of information. It's always nice to hear. And thank you to the board as well for having us here. I was asked to kind of share a couple of key strategies that we have in place at Wheat Ridge that really are sort of the success that we're seeing. And one of the first things that we really had to work with our teachers on is getting all of our ninth grade teachers on a common plan. That's not necessarily an easy task. That's a scheduler's nightmare. But what it provided for us is once we were able to do that, we were able to engage in something called Kid Talks, and that's what Dr. Kim is talking about in terms of the observation. The Kid Talk protocol really is grounded in our opportunity to pull, specific students and have a large group conversation. And so when you have an opportunity to get both the math teacher and the science teacher and the social studies teacher and the English teacher all together at a high school setting in one room, that just doesn't happen, right? And so suddenly, if we're talking about a specific student, right, all four educators can be like, oh, well, what's working for you that's not working for me? Wow, you're seeing success. Let me try that with that level of success. And that really began to shape what was really an MTSS process, right? Actually looking at students and having conversations. The other part of that is, with the support from the Center for High School Success, is we identified what we call key performance indicators. We call them KPIs. And that process is what we do to tier students out. We need to look at students, right? Let's say we have 225 freshmen. How do we actually know who we want to talk to and when and why? And so our KPIs are set around both attendance, grades, 6-week grades, second set of grades, and then we really look at that and say, what can we do for that group of students? So as an example, our KPI for this second semester is really grounded in looking at students who are falling into like a percentage in their grades of 55 to 65, right? So if you have a 55% and you're a high schooler, you say to yourself, well, what do I got to do to get to a 60, or what do I got to do to get to a 65? Many high schoolers, especially ninth graders, no clue how to do that. That's our work, right? We have to help a new ninth grader coming from 8th grade that, may oftentimes had failed previously every class in middle school. That's the reality of what we see. And then suddenly they're in a class and they're 6 weeks into their first semester of high school and they're failing. And that's really hard for us to be able to say to them, you can do this. But the data allowed our teachers to really then pinpoint the students that we could move and we could leverage who maybe weren't having that additional support, maybe didn't have an IEP or a 504 at the time. And the other thing that really comes out of that Kid Talk kind of protocol is something that we created, which was a pathway to passing. In high school, as you can imagine, for high school teachers, there's a multitude of things that they grade, they collect. But when you're a high schooler, we really needed to focus with the teachers on what is the pathway for this student to pass? Could we show that their proficiency is where it needs to be? They might be missing some of these assignments, right? They might be missing a notebook check in biology. You might be missing this, but this pathway to passing, which we begin to implement with our ninth graders, is that student actually learning how, in a freshman seminar class, to actually go to the teacher and say, I know that I'm behind. What can I do to pass your class? And then we train the teachers on what's that advocacy level, how do you work with them? And that really helped us elevate for our students that there's always a pathway. Like, we want you to know, we want you to pass. Like, we should not be, saying to kids, oh, there's just no way, you're too far behind. No kid wants to hear, no adult wants to hear, it's too late. How can you be too late and only be in school for 8 weeks? That sounds a little bit silly. With all of that work, I was asked to kind of share, a student success. And that's really hard because there's a multitude of student success, whether that be a student that was disengaged and suddenly became engaged. And when I asked my team, which student should I talk about? Every single one of them had a handful of kids. Well, what about this kid? And what about this kid? And what it really came down to is, as we were having this conversation, is a common theme: name, strength, and need, right? We need to understand what that student needs, but we also start with, what do they like? What are they passionate about? We also do something called an empathy interview with students. We also do an empathy interview with their families. What's been working, what's not? We need the students to understand their voice matters. And because of that, we really have a wonderful group of educators who are like, well, let's try this. Our flexibility to pivot and move and support kids in a different way really has to be, and I think that's what Dr. Kim was talking about, is there's a third way, there's a fourth way. We can't just say to ourselves, well, you know what, this kid doesn't want to come to class. What are we going to do? No, we shouldn't be talking about kids like that. With all of that success, right, we are now in a place where both our freshman and our sophomore classes, we know exactly where students are on their on-track to graduation. We've been able to also bring in a strategic reading interventionist to actually work with any student that we identify for a Kid Talk. They can immediately have a reading diagnostic. What we found, where we had students who didn't have a read plan that were reading at a 5th grade level, right? That is really hard for a kid to suddenly walk in and be very dependent on, you got to be able to read and do all these other pieces. So we are also able to, in our second semester, run a freshman seminar 2.0 is what we call it, where we are targeting specifically a group of students to do credit recovery with them immediately, right? We're not going to wait until they're a junior. So we're able to get both credit recovery work so that the kids could start recovering those pieces. Because really at the end of the day, like when I was asked, like, what are you excited about? Our on-track rate right now for freshmen is 83%. What that means is 83% of our 225 students have less than one F. Why is that exciting? Well, my graduation rate last year was 89%, right? That was a bump up of 2.6% from the year prior. If I have freshmen right now and I can get them an 83 to 90% on track, my goal is 100% of the students at Wheatridge need to graduate on time, right? You only get there, in my view, when you have systems in place where teachers can feel success, students can feel success. And that on-track rate also is relevant because when you look at your disaggregated groups of students, right? We were able to close a gap between our Hispanic students by 23 points in 1 year, right? That's closing that gap. And so we really target that work. And so for me, I'm excited because I know exactly where my freshmen and sophomores are. I can talk to them, I can engage them, I hold them accountable, and it matters to them that I am the one talking to them about this as well. So thank you.
Okay, I think the last bubble on the graphic that we looked at earlier, so really the last element that we wanted to talk about tonight as part of High School Reimagined is this idea of the Public Safety Academy, which I know all of you have heard a little bit about. And so just starting by talking about when we say academy, what are we talking about, right? And so really what we're talking about here is if you think back to what we were talking about earlier around a career pathway, looking at about 3 related career pathways that could kind of support one another, right, in a relevant manner, and having small learning communities of students that are engaging in those pathways together, but also engaging in all of their core academic courses through the lens of those career pathways, right? So this is a full-time enrollment immersed experience where what I'm doing is really all wrapped around that career pathway, or at least the ideas related to that career pathway. And so when we've been talking about the Public Safety Academy, that's the area that we're really thinking about. We have been looking at partnering with the national organization of the National Career Academy Coalition. They work with large districts around the country that have implemented career academies in the past. And so being able to just at least engage with them, they have a number of resources they've already shared with us just around best practices and high quality rubrics for career academies. And so it's giving us something to anchor into as well, which has been exciting. There's a whole network out there for us to be able to collaborate with. But when it comes to the Public Safety Academy in particular, I'm excited to hand it over to Jeff Pearson to really talk about what we're looking at for this program specifically.
Yeah, this is really exciting for me, especially as a former high school principal, as you all know. As I hear about the amazing work that's going on in High School Reimagined, it takes me back to, I've been in the district 18 years. And 18 years ago, as an AD and then as a principal, we talked about how do we embed pathways and learning for kids to go above and beyond just the core content they learn every day. Because I think what we hear from kids is the why. Tell me why I'm taking this course. Tell me how it connects to when I leave high school, how is this going to benefit me? And so as I think about the models you've heard tonight, the Safety Academy goes above and beyond. It puts the Seminole experience, the pathway, and the work-based learning all in one core content place for students to learn every day and embed their work every single day. It's an innovative on-site academy model that brings high school students and industry professionals together in a modern facility to serve for professional growth through training, conferences, and networking events. We've had over 15 public safety law enforcement agencies that are helping us not only co-design the coursework, but are involved in the experiences that students are going to have while at the academy. It provides students with concurrent enrollment courses through college and university partners, which we've been working directly with as well, and those credits are no cost to students and families. It develops what we know as the next generation of public safety professionals through best practice training, dynamic mentorship, and professional experiences. We know direct from all of our public safety partners that there is a shortage of individuals entering the public safety workplace. And that not only inhibits workers in the industries outside of Jeffco, but also the R1 division, my division. We want to develop our own internal individuals through this pathway so they can be hireable directly right here in Jeffco schools. So we're really excited about what this Public Safety Academy can do, not only for our area professionals, but also for the R1 Academy and for the individuals here in Jeffco. What you're about to see next is our vision for the future of what we believe the Public Safety Academy can look like. And there's going to be 3 unique components to this. It won't be necessarily outlined in the video rendering that you're about to see. One component being the learning portion, which is 1/3 of the building, where students will be embedded in the learning. A secondary option will be that community partnership, where we'll have an auditorium or a space to bring trainings in, guest speakers, and we can share it with our community. And then a third will be a training opportunity for law enforcement and other individuals to go in, and R1 to train, and students to get some of that experience, on-job experience, work-based learning through the law enforcement or lens, to do some work directly on site as opposed to have to leave the site to do some of that work. So we're really excited about the model that you're about to see. So I will go ahead and kick it over to Drew if you can kick that off for us. Yes, there's an awkward silence. There's no music with it.
As our video comes to conclusion, I just want to say, I don't think I've ever heard a board meeting be this quiet for 5 minutes straight ever at any given time. To wrap this up and certainly give board members an opportunity to ask questions and interact with our guests, I just want to conclude with, I feel incredibly fortunate to have worked a pretty long career where I've had some unbelievable opportunities to engage in some really meaningful work. And there's really not any work that's more energizing and more exciting and frankly, more humbling than to work alongside these guys. The ideas they bring to the table, their willingness to engage, their interest and passion for the work to make sure that our students get the experiences that they need to prepare them for their future. There's not much more exciting work than this. So thank you all for engaging and being here this evening to be a part of this. And board, thank you for letting us share this work with you tonight. And I want to hand it back to President Parker.
Wow, that was great. It's a nice way to end our presentations. Board members, questions, comments?
I don't really have a ton of questions, but I just want to say it's really exciting to see all the work that everyone's doing. And when you think about the number of high schools that we have, just to see you all come together and embrace it and do it in ways that it's very emotional and very powerful. And Ms. Mahana, the first time I sat in your office, it was not 83%. And so, hell yeah, that's awesome. Congratulations for that. My one question is maybe a little different. You mentioned, Ms. Mahana, that it's almost like an MTSS process. And so thinking about this at all the different schools and the supports that we are building around students, and you mentioned it's not always the top and it's not always the bottom. Do we have consistent MTSS across schools? You guys are looking at me like no, but I'm gonna ask that question anyway.
I would say, Director Applegate, coming into Wheat Ridge, I think there's been a lot of work that's been done. But I think it's really hard in a high school setting because you have students, they could possibly have, 5 different teachers, 6 different teachers. So we really needed a kind of a launching point, right? We needed to start with and that's really where we said, we're going to start with 9th grade, right? And the partnership with the Center for High School Success really lends itself to that. And so as we began the work, it was really clear and evident that this work would be transferable as students move from 9th grade to 10th grade. So that, really the vision that we had was us knowing that the 10th graders that we had coming in is also to be like, are they maintaining being on track, right? So, because it's great that you're on track in 9th grade, but are you on track in 10th grade, right? That those percentages have to continue. And so just being able to have the dialogue opened up avenues for teachers to communicate in a variety of different ways. And so when I was approached around, would you like a strategic reading interventionist? Because the reality at a high school level for me was I had over 80 students still on a read plan, right? And they're in high school, right? That can be a variety of reasons why that work doesn't get done. But with the work that we're doing is not only can we get a student who may not have a read plan, a diagnostic reading intervention, we can then be able to say, like, what's the path and pattern of why students may be struggling? And so we are then able to begin to track tiered levels of intervention. Like today, our Kid Talks was specifically around what interventions are we using and how do we track them? Because ultimately that MTSS process needs to show we've tried this intervention and we've tried this intervention, because we don't want a situation where kids or families come and be like, why is my student still struggling, without some evidence around that? And so I think there's work that has been laid as a foundation, but I think, again, part of our work that we want to leverage is understanding the different steps that need to be in place for a high schooler versus my previous experience as an elementary school principal, right? It's a very different approach, and we're also looking at students from a very different way. Like if you're a middle schooler and you didn't pass any single math class and you're now asked to go into Algebra 1, that's our responsibility, right? Where it's our responsibility to figure that out. So I think some of the work that we're doing, I'm excited that actually Lakewood will be joining us in this work as we were approved for a grant to continue our collaboration with the Center for High School Success is continuing to partner with other schools to see what that looks like in other areas.
So I want to build off something that like I talked about within the South Pilot, and from Lisa's standpoint, I think it directly answers your question. When we have differing bell schedules, which result in differing structures across our school, we hear about best practices regularly, and we have to overcome 3 or 4 hurdles to say how can we implement that exact best practice that we're hearing here in our own school. And so because there's just not, we don't have maybe that structural time in the way that they've been able to use it or leverage that staff meeting time, that kid talk time, our immediate barriers are when in the day, how much teacher time is there, when do we have the collaborative time to be able to accomplish those things. And so being able to align in something like that allows us to have more conversations across all our structures, how we implement PLCs, what's the successes of MTSS, all of those things. And it's a long laundry list of best practices that we could share, where we could say, well, if you're able to do that, we could truly actually do that. So.
That's great, thank you. My only other question, and you answered a little bit at Chatfield, is how are kids knowing that these pathways exist? And you mentioned it's going to be kind of front and center, but even in middle school, when we talk about the examples that you gave, those classes started in middle school. So are we having conversations even at the middle school level about these pathways?
Yeah, and so oftentimes it really is, there's a variety of ways that it is shared. And I will tell you that the consistent practices across schools is something that we are working on through some of these initiatives, is how are we making sure that our families really understand what these opportunities are. And so whether that's through registration guides, all of our schools put information out on their websites, things like that. But some of those consistent communication practices with families really is a top goal. And some of that will be my team, our post-secondary workforce readiness team, working closely with Tara Pena's team around some of that family communication. I know she's been looking at some different opportunities for us to make sure that our families understand how to take advantage of these opportunities that exist within all of our schools across the system. And I'll let some of our high school principals talk about how they share it at their specific schools, but knowing that that's something that we are hoping to norm.
And I think also, this is also very much lives in the world of an articulation area, right? And so I know that one of the conversations that we've had as a steering committee is really kind of like a roadmap for families. Because when we often talk about pathways with parents, they're like, what are you talking about, right? We use a lot of language that they're like, I don't understand what you mean by CTE. I don't understand what you mean in this language. So I know part of our work is really helping parents understand early on the language we're using. So us being able to reach out to the middle school families, us being able to even reach out to those elementary families and begin that process is part of that work I think that we have to continue to look at, because it even starts, from that get-go, and even in elementary schools when students are doing ICAP lessons possibly, and then in middle school as well as that work continues. But I think one of the biggest obstacles is we use a lot of language, and parents don't actually, we have to make sure we're taking that time to say, like, this is what this actually means. And so I'm excited about that work, because it will provide us with more of a vertical progression, where when a ninth graders come in, they should already know that coming from Everett up to Wheat Ridge, let's say. They should already have an idea and be able to visit the high schools and see that exploration at play.
Well, as the parent of a graduating senior, a fourth grader, and a preschooler, I really appreciate the work that you guys are doing, and I'm really excited to see how each of them gets to experience this as it goes. So thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to ask the burning question. Do the kids get to drive the fire trucks?
To be determined.
Because that would be the bomb.
I think what I
And
loved
then I
about
wanna do
that
that
space is they will be able to be engaged in learning with all of our EMT processes, law enforcement, and it's a training space for kids as well as our law enforcement entities.
Cool, Okay, thanks. And then my other question is, we've invested a lot of resources and will continue to invest resources in materials and training for new curriculum for the secondary level in math and ELA. Well, we've done math already, ELA, social studies. I'm assuming that we're making sure this dovetails and that we're not like doing something totally different.
I think the beauty of being able to see how the learning experience comes through the use of durable skills is the beauty in being able to stick with high-quality curriculum materials that helps our students gain the academic skills that they need while building the relevance piece and being able to do both of those two things together. It doesn't eliminate the need for academic experiences, and high-quality curriculum materials are essential in that. And this experience with durable skills and pathways and all of that comes together to give our kids both. That's the whole point of the work, is to be able to do that together.
Materials that we've invested in, are they designed already, or are teachers having to figure out how to make those things fit together?
It's really not a stretch for a teacher to work with a student to develop effective communication skills or collaboration skills, because that's what we want our students doing in the classroom. And it doesn't take away from the content. It's just how students experience the learning. And so from what we've seen in a number of these spaces is really giving our teachers the opportunity to design the learning experience in a way that focuses in on the durable skill, but still uses the content to teach. Heather, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, well, so something I would add is that we've been working closely with our secondary content teams who we know these new curriculum resources really well to really lift up what does it look like for us to be helping teachers think about implementing durable skills using these high quality instructional materials. And I can tell you that right away our math team was lifting up of so these math language routines that we use within IM directly align to durable skills instruction. We just have to name it and make it more explicit for kids. But that those high quality instructional materials, because they're designed to leverage high leverage instructional strategies, really connect really nicely to be able to bring those durable skills to life.
And they're building exemplars and going out and seeing them in classrooms and sort of building a library for folks to really understand what it can look like. And so it's sort of in real time with the teaching and learning team and what we're seeing out in our schools.
All right. So I want to say there have been incredible visionary and impactful shifts in thinking and resources and community partnerships, and I'm excited to see it. So thank you for the effort that you're putting into this to really refresh what our students are going to be experiencing. I think I do want to say here that I'm a supporter of CTE and of college prep and of community service, and allowing our students to steer toward their diverse post-secondary goals, which is, I think, the idea behind High School Reimagined. And I also want our students and community to know that our students have inherent worth and dignity and value just because they exist, and that their value is not based on their career path, academic achievement, future earnings, resume, or job titles. That's something this work is incredibly valuable, and I don't want to encourage our students to judge themselves or others by their career achievements. It's something I really want to lift up. And I don't want our enthusiasm for High School Reimagined to be mistaken for reducing the value of a human being down to their potential job output. Those are all things I just felt were important to say. My hope is that we're preparing our students to be whole, empowered individuals with the intrinsic motivation to seek meaningful, intentional, and fulfilling life choices, ultimately. And that High School Reimagined is important work that gives agency in learning outcomes while they're in our institution. And I just want to be careful about our framing when we talk about this, that our enthusiasm for all of the cool stuff that we're developing could get lost on some folks as reducing a human being down to just their future economic output. And I don't want to do that to our students. They deserve more. I also want to say ninth grade Success Academies are near and dear to my heart. I taught for 3 years in one. It's a great opportunity to address achievement gaps, graduation rates, student supports that lead to success, and it's an incredible boost to school community and morale and connection. So I just think that they're really vital, and that team collab time is vital to its success. That's the most important, I think, aspect of it. There's no way we would have had the impact that we did when I was doing it, and I think that that's what you're sharing also. That's such an important element, and it is then a bell scheduling obstacle for best practices for it to be implemented in other locations. That's a huge piece of the puzzle in figuring out how to implement that at other schools. But I want that work to happen because I just think that ninth grade success academies are, I'm so passionate about it, and you are too, so we could talk probably for hours. So thank you for the work that you've done specifically there in your school. My questions are going to be, I think, pretty quick. My first one is, how are we going to engage our mountain communities in this work? I'm excited to hear thoughts on that.
Yeah, so one just highlight that I am excited to share is, we have a work-based learning specialist on our team that supports both our South area and our mountain area schools. We have a number of partners in the mountain area that are actually really excited to lean in to those schools in that community. They have a career fair coming up just for the mountain area schools, and I want to say there's about 80 industry partners that are already signed up to engage with those students and make sure that they understand what opportunities exist. And so from the Bootstraps Foundation and a few other organizations up there, there's a lot of community support in that space to really help make sure students have those opportunities.
Great, and I'm guessing that with our community partners, especially in that area, we're going to do some onboarding to help them prepare to be working with high school students, because I just imagine some work environments might need a little bit of adjustment before we can offer them a seminal experience there.
Yes, yeah, 100%, and that's a lot of the work that part of our team does, is making sure that our industry partners are set up to be able to support learning for students when they come in.
Fantastic. What role might virtual access play in creating a viable network across Jeffco? Has that been part of the conversation at all?
Yeah, see, they're like, Heather, talk about that part. Just need reminders sometimes, yeah. So actually, so this is an incredibly exciting program that we've had running for the last few years here in Jeffco, is a College for All program, which is where we're able to use district funding to provide a Red Rocks instructor to provide virtual learning opportunities for college courses for any student within Jeffco to enroll. And so they're run as synchronous remote learning opportunities. And students from across the district are able to all log in and engage in that college course from any school. That way, Wheat Ridge doesn't have to hire a concurrent enrollment teacher for maybe 4 students that are interested, and then Arvada High School is hiring the same teacher for 4 students, and Lakewood maybe has 6. We're able to really bring everybody together into some virtual learning opportunities. It's been a program that's expanded a lot.
Thank you. That's good to hear. And I think I'm going to combine these last two. How are we going to onboard transfer students coming in from out of district, especially if they're coming in later on in their secondary career? And then I'll couple that with what supports for ESL or potential newcomer students are going to be included.
I can take this one again to start with. But so one of the exciting pieces about the career pathways that we run throughout Jeffco is that they're actually run at the state level by the Colorado Community College System. They run career pathways for middle school, high school, and college level programming. So the courses are they're pretty well normed across the state. Good. And so that does give us a decent amount of opportunity for those transfers that are within Colorado programs. They're also all anchored to national standards and national competency, so there's even quite a bit of opportunity if students are coming from out of state for us to think about, oh, this is the program that you're in, and it pretty much aligns to this program here within Jeffco. There's a second part of your question that I'm trying to remember.
ESL.
Oh, yep,
and
thank you.
newcomers.
And so there has been actually some really exciting collaboration this year across the 2 teams, where we really are, at Golden High School, for example, we were able to bring in a team of bilingual professionals to meet with our multilingual learner students to really talk about the value add of being bilingual in a professional setting. And it's been able to really increase, I think, a lot of student engagement in some of those spaces. It's something we're really excited about.
Great, and also supportive of a biliterate, what is the?
The seal of biliteracy?
The certification for on graduation.
Yeah.
Yeah, biliteracy, that's it? Is that right? Yes, all right, great. Thank you. That's all I've got, but I appreciate all of you, and thanks for staying so late tonight.
I loved the video. I know Moore so well. I was just following along. There's the orchestra room in there. So it was nice to see. I could really see the vision. Although I got lost at where the overhang was for the fire trucks, but I can't wait to see it. I wondered when students are pick and choose these pathways and they have a change of heart, what happens? Are they behind now, or how do they proceed?
Yep, yeah. Yeah, not at all. And so there's an opportunity for students we have a number of situations where a student will engage in 4 different pathways throughout their high school career, right? That really is the goal, is that we want students to figure out what they don't like and start to cross some of those things off the list. But then we also want to provide opportunities, if they find the thing they do like, to be able to build those skills and continue to explore and go deeper into that area. And so that is the value of many of our schools have multiple pathway opportunities for students, and they're usually high level enough, right? Like health science. There's a lot of different spaces I can go in health science, but I want to be able to at least start to explore in that space and see, is that something I'm really interested in? And that's also, I think, the value of us starting to talk a little bit about this regional pilot and the opportunity to share pathways across schools. If I've tried every pathway available at my school and I don't like any of them, does the school down the road have something different that maybe I've started to figure out that that's something I'm interested in? But I don't want to leave my school, right? I have a huge identity within my home school. And so to be able to open up opportunities where not every single school needs to offer every opportunity that exists, and for us to be smarter about how we can come together to support.
Just going to say thanks to Heather. We run into each other in the community at some of the meetings around work-based learning with the chamber, Arvada Chamber, and you do a great job representing Jeffco, and always I can see the respect that folks have for our programs, and you just represent so well, so thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Well, it looks like we are finally having one of those late-night board meetings that we said we weren't going to have, but this has been great. And as I said, it's great to end it this way. I'm especially excited that we have the South Regional Pilot, because 3 of those 4 schools are mine, and I get to visit them. I just saw John this morning. So my question is, do you envision going forward that it'll be good to have multiple schools in collaboration with this, or will they eventually split off and do their own thing?
I think what we envision with the 4 schools in the small pilot is learning from the work that they're doing, learning how they iterate on the different ideas, what works, what doesn't work, and then utilize some of that knowledge and wisdom so that we can continue to build and grow and build the capacity throughout our district. We do see areas, regional areas, as being able to share resources, areas of being able to share pathways, so that students, I know John often talks about, I want students to come to Chatfield and want to be a Charger. If they want to be a Charger, they should be a Charger, and they may want to go over to Dakota and take some CTE pathways because they have the program over there that a student's really interested in. But their student identity and their student experience will still continue to be supported at Chatfield. And so we can see doing that in different regions throughout our district, but we couldn't do it on a wide scale that big. And so the beauty of this is, Wheat Ridge working with Lakewood around ninth grade success, Chatfield and Columbine and Dakota working together, and Bear Creek around, really trying to figure out how to collaborate and build a coherence between the 4 of them. Each time we try different pilot programs, we learn more and more about how do we offer more and more opportunities to our students.
And also building on what we were talking about this morning, the idea that you could share a teacher, so you can, you don't have to lose FTEs because your enrollment in your particular school went down. So I'm really excited about that. And then just one final question about the Safety Academy. There were so many awesome things there. How many of them do you anticipate one student can participate in?
I think the goal is a student would pick a pathway, one pathway. However, what's great about an academy is we can embed certain courses in that pathway with other pathways, EMT with public safety and law enforcement, those go directly together. So students could embed their core content with those pathways and be immersed across any or all, but have one pathway in mind in a career that they maybe want to do and get those courses, certifications while they're there during that academy model.
I think the piece that I would add in on that is that the part of the beauty of having them be relatively aligned or related pathways is at those level 1, like those 9th or 10th grade introductory courses, oftentimes those courses overlap some, right? So there may be an opportunity similar to the conversation we were just having of, I came to the Public Safety Academy thinking I wanted to do a EMT, but now that I learned more about criminal justice, that's actually what I want. If I make that decision early enough and I've had that exposure, they would still be able to move over without being behind. Yeah.
That's great. I did think of one more question. I'm wondering if our partners that we have out there will learn from this and maybe rethink the requirements they have for new employees, that you don't have to have a degree from college, and sometimes it's just a fine arts or general, degree that doesn't really help that industry, but this would. So do you see more of our partners saying, "Oh man, this is great. I could hire these people right now, for permanent, not just for temporary"?
I can speak for some of those discussions we've had with our public safety partners, and I think there has been some discussion outside of probably the legal lens, which requires a different level for if you're going into legal services. But I think our law enforcement partners, I think our EMT, our firefighters, they're rethinking that is how do we bring individuals aboard and maybe not have that 4-year requirement, of college that's expected. It has been expected for a long time. I think that discussion is out there, and a lot of that has become because nobody's entering the workforce in the public sector anymore. And so to bring the right individuals there, they may have to take a step back and rethink if they would have some embedded work in partnership with us directly and be able to develop the curriculum, the durable skills in this content area. Maybe those students maybe become more ready after graduating from our program and not having to go to a 4-year program. So without speaking for, those discussions are being had at this point.
I think that's great because as someone who has a degree in French, all right, not a lot of things for me to do. And so if I had this career path in high school, I could have had some certificates or something and had something worthwhile. But I eventually made it. Anyway, thank you so much. This was great. This was exciting. And thank you. And I just want to ask the board, too, we have a couple final topics. Does anyone want to barrel through, or do you want a quick break? Barrel through? We'll barrel through. Okay, thank you. All right, so our next topic this evening, the board will have the opportunity to comment on the proposed Environment of Safety and Belonging resolution prior to our vote. At our February 5th study session, we drafted a resolution in support of Jeffco students and families, reaffirming our commitment to cultivating an environment of safety and belonging for all students. Before I open this discussion, is there anything you'd like to say, Superintendent Dorland?
No, I'm going to let you guys keep on going. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we're going to start the discussion with the board. Anyone want to make comments on the version that we have in our board docs this evening?
I just had a question. I'm looking at the very last paragraph. And I know that's the one that has changed since we last met, and I just wanted to get some clarification on, because I know this looks a lot like the guidance that was sent out to principals, I believe. And I would love to understand kind of what changed between our last conversation and now, and then I might have a friendly amendment, if possible. Okay.
I had asked for clarification on that paragraph. And so the revision here, I think, is one that Ms. Relu put in based on the guidance. So when this became public, I've been contacted by several folks who have had suggestions about this particular, from the community, from this particular piece, to suggesting that it wasn't clear what would happen when an ICE agent appears at a school. And so this has been put in here, and yeah, that's how it got here. I could say more, but I'll.
I guess one of my questions is, and I don't know if Mr. Pearson is still here, maybe this is a Ms. Tullison question. I don't know how to ask this, so forgive me, I'm going to say this wrong. Is it bad to let an officer in without understanding the warrant first? Like if we let someone in and then ask to see the warrant, do we? Okay, thank you.
So in Jeffco, we've had a long history of partnership with law enforcement. And as you know, we've talked at length tonight about how SROs are regularly in our buildings. Part of the challenge with what I think people are wanting is like black and white or clear guidance, is that every situation is so unique. And so we, as a team working on all of the guidance, you know, we don't want to ever put our principals in a situation where they're escalating a situation that doesn't need to be escalated. We have not had an ICE official come onto any of our campuses. I don't know of this happening in any school in the state of Colorado, but we do want to be prepared if it happens. Usually if an official comes, anyone comes to the door of our school building, we have protocols that our office staff, our campus supervisors, our principals are all trained on. We don't want necessarily for our teams to be trained on different protocols, therefore possibly escalating a situation without even knowing what the purpose is. And the purpose could be something that we think could be a big deal or something that is not a big deal. And so the guidance is do your normal protocol where you buzz people in, have them sign in, take their ID, find out who they are. I mean, this is what happens even if it's a grandparent coming into the school. If it is an official, a government official or a law enforcement official, because we do have law enforcement officials from our local municipalities, for example, or sheriff's office, that come in that are not the SRO. And in that case, we sit them down, we talk to them about what they want, we collect what they're looking for, and in this case, we're giving guidance to contact our legal department. You know, it's going to be a very different circumstance if there's a government official there because of a family activity that's been going on with ICE versus we have a student who's 18 years old and a senior in that building who's committed a violent crime. Those are two very different situations, and we don't want our principals in a position of escalating a situation that doesn't need to be escalated, and we want to buy them time so that they can contact legal services and get some advice before they know exactly how to handle the situation and what to do.
That all makes a lot of sense, and I certainly know that, I mean, even as board members, right, we buzz in every time we're at a school, see who we're there, and we sign in. I would hope, and again, I don't know who this is directed at, maybe, and I was like, all right, perfect. I would hope that in those situations, federal enforcement is working with our experts almost in advance, right?
We've been in contact with both our local Homeland Security officials as well as our local law enforcement officials. We do not have indication from our local Homeland group that they have any plans to come into our schools. We do believe that our local law enforcement officials, because of our strong partnership and relationships with them, would give us a heads up if they knew of any type of plans for, ICE officials to come into our buildings. We've not been notified about that to date. And so we anticipate that we would have some sort of heads up, but at the same time, you know, if somebody shows up, our principals need guidance on what to do. And so that's the guidance that we have worked with experts like Jeff and principals and school leadership and multiple people on our cabinet team and beyond to come up with the guidance that we've provided schools.
Thank you for that. I guess I'm going to throw this out for discussion, and we can talk about it. I like the language in there. I wonder if we shouldn't just flip the order. And I'm thinking about, my base, as you know, I have little kids and I have a big kid. And I feel like elementary schools are very different than a high school, to your point. Would it be helpful to kind of start with again, I'm looking at the language. I'm sorry that I'm not putting this on a screen. What if we came down and said that where I'm on the 5th line, middle, where it says the school must receive direction from our Jeffco Legal Services. Legal Services will verify federal agents produce proof of their identity, agency affiliation, and a lawful warrant. Could that be moved up such that that's first? And then, assuming and then we're going to guide the school, the experts, are guiding the school leader through the next steps, which could include, and then we go up to above, the officer is escorted to a private area, students' classrooms. I wonder if all of our school leaders have, I don't want to say have the confidence, because I have ultimate confidence in all of our school leaders, but I wonder if they would feel better knowing that they are working with the experts and it's expert talking to expert. I'm getting weird faces, so I don't know if that's landing with anybody.
I'm going to back you up. I personally am uncomfortable with having, in this particular circumstance, potentially ICE cross a threshold without us having verified legal documents. In other work that I've done, where we've had to be prepared for potentially having federal agents show up at our doorstep, our protocol was clear that we would not open the door without having that verification first, because once they've received access to property, they are cleared to do search. And it would be aggressive and extreme for them to show up at any one of our schools, right? But I will say that I would want to be also aggressive and extreme in protecting the people who are working and learning inside of our buildings. And I personally do not feel comfortable with allowing them into the school site. My concern is, we say here, the officer, as though it would be one person. And if it's 3 people or 7 people or 12 people or 30 people, we have no idea in a circumstance how many people would show up, and then how many would we be having come into the building. If the concern is having agents standing outside of the building and stirring up concern, well, if we only let 1 or 3 of them in out of a larger number, you're still going to have agents standing outside, which is what we're aiming to avoid by having, this idea that we would escort them into a private area before we certify that they have their correct legal documentation. I also am concerned about allowing access to our buildings, confirming that they don't have appropriate legal documentation, and then having our staff, responding staff and staff on site, then having to ask for a federal agent to respectfully clear the premises because they've already gained access. And so I'm just sharing my personal discomfort with allowing agents into and across the threshold into one of our buildings without having verified their legal documentation first.
I will just +3 that, or ×3 it. We gave a lot of communication over this time in discussions that I understood, and I think our community does, that said we won't let ICE agents into the school unless they have a warrant that we have validated. And so this surprised me when the clarification came from Ms. Rulu in this way, because it was the first time that I realized, and I guess I don't know if I've seen that, I didn't notice it before, that it was in this order of letting them in prior to checking the validity of the warrant. And it's just something we've said to the community many times now. It seems like that we won't let ICE officers in unless they have this valid warrant. But this suggests we let them in and then we check whether there is a valid warrant. So I like the change. I've also had principals tell me they're uncomfortable with this concept of letting an ICE agent in before contacting legal services. Like, I think that's pretty intimidating for a lot of school leaders to have to take on that responsibility without being able to verify the legality of the warrant first.
I do want to also say that I'm in full support of following the law and a legal warrant. I just want that to be on the record.
What is the likelihood that they would show up at the school without a warrant already? I'm just curious. Wouldn't they already? And I don't know, Jeff, if you can answer that, like, if they're serving a warrant in a school, they have the warrant with them when they.
I think Julie might be a good person to jump in on that piece.
Well, and none of us will have totally perfect answers because we're in pretty uncharted territory, right? This is just not something that's been historically on the table. But the bigger issue isn't that they might not have something, it's do they have the right thing? Because one of the things that comes up in this, an officer can sign kind of an agency sort of warrant versus going and getting one from a court and having it executed judicially. And so some of this is just the practical reality that right now the plan is that we need to lay eyes on what's been presented in legal. We have an arrangement for an administrator on call to go to the building. And the question is, if folks are outside, then you're talking about going into a secure and creating a very disruptive, stressful environment. Or do you just get somebody in a chair, get the documents, we get an administrator out there and we get legal eyes on it. So that was really the strategic thinking about options.
I have a question that, once we let them in the building, how do you stop them from just keeping going? You know, like you say, please go in this room and wait.
Well, you think that they might just go down halls and start?
I guess we don't know what they will do, but some of the pictures they've seen outside the apartments with their bomb, what do you call it, smoke bombs or whatever, and banging on doors, I am concerned that the people who will be, executing these warrants will not be polite. They will be law enforcement.
If I can add to that, personally, I don't think a judge is going to sign off on a warrant to come into a school. I really hope that there is that much optimism in the world still. I really, really do. But I think there are people that are afraid because of the videos that are being seen on the media. I also really believe that. I think there's a lot of fear right now. And so this, for me, is really just can we help address the fear by making that change? And so I guess that's where I'm coming from.
So just to help the board kind of focus in on the resolution that you guys are trying to get done, it sounds like we have a couple people who are okay with the changing of the order of the language, which was your proposal. So.
Should I try to read it? I don't know if I can do it off the fly, but I could try to read it.
It's the board's proposal, so I'm just trying to give you guys some guidance.
That is my proposal.
Is that okay? Right. It's using the exact same words. So it would say then, be it resolved that when ICE or other agencies visit a Jeffco school site, before proceeding with the request, school leaders will receive direction from our Jeffco Legal Services. Jeffco Legal Services will verify that federal agents produce proof of their identity, agency affiliation, and a lawful warrant. Once those are verified, they will guide the school leader and district support administrator through any next steps, which may include following secure entry procedures, escorting the officer to a private area away from student and classrooms to limit learning disruption, since that seems to be the focus. Those words weren't in the original one, the last ones, but it's the same, just switched.
That's what I was trying to do.
And Julie, if they're okay with that change, can they approve it without us making the change? Or do we have to take a break, make the change, repost it?
They can. I mean, because one of the things, if we get it wrong, is we try to create it from this conversation and watching the video. I mean, we could always deal with the reconsideration next month. I think if it's just that paragraph as you just read it, it sounds like something we can get done.
Okay, thank you. So, Mary, I'll let you.
I would like to propose that.
Okay,
I would like to second that.
okay. And I do have one other correction. It's just a minor one. In the first whereas, the second line, it says students V regardless of their actual or perceived race. So it just take out the V. So that's just a minor correction. So are there any other areas that anyone wants to discuss? Nope. All right, then I think what we can do is, yes, exactly. So do I have a motion to adopt the Environment of Safety and Belonging Resolution with the proposed amendments?
I move to adopt the Environment of Safety and Belonging Resolution with the proposed amendments.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments? Roll call, please.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. And we are now moving to the consent agenda. I actually have another page here. We do have a change to tonight's consent agenda. We will be pulling 7.15 as it is not yet finalized, so we will bring that back at another time. So items 7.01 through 7.20 are presented in the board docs as a proposed consent agenda. And as a reminder to our listening public, the board received a preview of most of these items at our February 5th study session. Some we actually talked about earlier than that. So do I have a motion regarding the approval of the consent agenda excluding 7.15 as mentioned?
I move to approve items 7.01 through 7.20 on the consent agenda as published in board docs, excluding 7.15.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any comments? It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
Okay. And now we just have the section on leadership reports. So Superintendent Dorland, do you have a report?
Thank you, President Parker. I'm pleased to share some updates that are quick here. I know it's been a long meeting for our board. I had the pleasure last Friday of attending our annual Student Technology Conference, better known as Jeff Con. It's a great example, I think, of High School Reimagined, actually an experience for students that provides them, all students across Jeffco, the opportunity to learn about various IT careers from our experienced Jeffco staff and industry professionals. It's a huge shout out and message of gratitude for our Information Technology Department for hosting this special event every year for our students. This year's event was attended by 345 students from across Jeffco. One of the highlights for me was talking to Josh from Chatfield, who we just saw Mr. Thanos here today. And Josh told me that being on the Chatfield esports team made him a very proud Charger. And I got to watch kiddos do esports during lunch period, which was really fun. And thank you also to the leaders at Bear Creek High School for supporting Jeff Con as our host school this year, and especially to Assistant Principal Jose Martinez, who was running around all day making sure everyone had what they needed for a successful event. I also had the honor last week of touring the Equity and Excellence Art Show, which I think our board also was able to see this evening, some of the artwork here at the Ed Center, which is where the art show is housed. This annual event showcases the incredible talent of our students and highlights the importance of equity and excellence in our arts programs. Last week, I had the honor of selecting specific pieces to add to our district's amazing art collection. And the selected artwork will be proudly displayed throughout our district, celebrating the creativity and diversity of our students. Congratulations to all the students whose art is on display, and a special thank you to the art teachers who inspired their students and submitted student work for this wonderful show. A significant portion of my time also has been dedicated to conducting principal finalist interviews and hiring future leaders for Jeffco Public Schools. This process is crucial to ensure that we have strong, visionary leaders who are committed to the success and well-being of our students and our staff. I'm confident that the individuals we have selected so far will make a positive impact on our schools and community. Many may not know that before I interview the finalists for principal positions, there's a lot of process with the school communities themselves, and including time spent by school-specific principal selection committees. And to all the staff, educators, fellow principals, parents, community members who are currently serving or who have served on a principal selection committee, I want to thank them for their time, energy, and commitment to that process. It's a lot of time and effort to be part of that, and the input from those committees makes a big difference as we make final hiring decisions. So thank you to anybody who's done that work or is engaged in it currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you ready? Yep, we'll go down the line.
Perfect. Well, I was excited this last couple of weeks to really get back into schools, which is really where the joy is, right? So I got to go to Prospect Valley Elementary, Stevens Elementary, Fairmount, Fremont, and Stott, and Everett Middle School. And was very excited at Fairmount to see one of your newly appointed principals coming in. So Chris Cruz, I had the chance to walk around with her and Miss Mills, which was super exciting. And then also had heard, and thank you for recognizing, some of the teachers that did have input at other schools were super excited to pass on their recommendations to you. So I thought that was really cool. And I also want to recognize Seacrest Elementary. They celebrated 70 years on the 31st, which is pretty impressive and really cool to see how some of these schools have been in our communities for so long. I enjoyed seeing the art from Edgewater Elementary tonight out in our lobby, and excited to get to see all the rest of the art from the district. And just really appreciate a lot of the outreach that we're getting right now from our community, and happy to see folks engaged. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to say thank you guys for a good, long meeting.
Yeah, I'll make this quick too. I did finish up some of my school visits, actually finished them today. One of them was with Chatfield High School, so I got to see a lot of what's going on there. It was fun. But I also attended the Oberon a student presentation of The Outsiders. It was their GT class, and they were so impressive. Oh my gosh, I mean, I was blown away. That was excellent. I also went to West Jeff Middle School's 50th anniversary, and that's where I got to see that sometimes what do you call the dogs, the support dogs, don't always like each other. So they like the people, but not each other. I did attend Seacrest's 70th anniversary, and the students were amazing, giving the history of the school and also of Arvada itself. I went with Director Kenworthy to the NSBA conference in DC, and we got to go on our Capitol visits to ask our representatives, the legislators, to please save the Department of Education. I also spoke with Pam Breyer from the Action Center, and she showed me the brochure of what they are hoping they will have, all the services that would be available in the future if that works out. It was very exciting. Also, I went to Jeff Con, and we had one of Jeffco School District's really exciting speakers. Ashley Ambrose gave his experience as an athlete. He was an NFL player, but he just talked about all the time people said, no, that's not a good idea. No, you shouldn't do that. No, you shouldn't. And he did, and he was great. And then actually, the last thing I did this week was attend the audit committee and learned more about audits than I don't know if I wanted to know. But anyway, it was very exciting.
All right, so I also finished up my schools. I went to Foothills, Hutchinson, Longview, McLean, Warren Tech Central. So So at this point, I have been to every school in my district, and what I want to say is that while things are never perfect, and, you know, there's always challenges when people are doing things that are new, on balance, I just feel like, you know, I'm getting a lot of really positive feedback. Principals are feeling very supported. They feel like they know the direction that they're moving in. They feel like they're all pulling the same way, and they know what's expected. And I think, you know, teachers are in various different places in how they feel about what they're doing, but most of the teachers that I've talked to are game, you know, they're like, hey, you know, we'll try this, and find that they are getting good results. The kids look enthusiastic. Every classroom I'm in, kids are engaged, and they're working together in groups, and the teacher doesn't have to sit on them. You know, the teacher can be working with this group over here, and this group over here is on task, which is such a good sign that the kids are truly engaged. You know, certainly still concerns about funding for Title I schools, and I think that's even more of a concern now that we're wondering what's going to happen with the Department of Education. So there are challenges, but I think on balance, things look very positive. I did have a chance to attend the first meeting for the Jefferson Articulation Area, and then unfortunately, we had to delay the second one because it was extremely cold and we didn't know what the weather was going to do, and we have folks there that walk and all of those things. So I think this is one of those times we talk about trust and building trust, and that's hard to do when you're walking into a group of people that are really attached to their school and who feel like for a very long time they have been treated like second-class citizens, that it's hard to earn that trust and to assure them that no, really, we do want what they have to say, and we want them to shape this process, and we have room for that this time, which we didn't before when we had to do school closures. So I think, you know, there's some real hurdles to overcome, but I also think this is going to be one of those opportunities where we can start to earn that trust back, and they can see, you know, wow, no, what we have to say really does matter here. So I'm excited this was just the informational meeting. I'm super excited to attend the meetings where the community is actually starting to collaborate with what it is that we're going to do for that community. And also, I enjoyed Jeff Con as well, and enjoyed Ashley's speech. I think the thing that was really great about it is it just tapped so much into those durable skills. And they weren't called that, but it was really about that, about, you know, critical thinking and leadership and communication and all of those pieces. So I thought he did a stellar job, and the kids all looked pretty excited to be there and enthusiastic. So it was a lot of fun.
Cool. I have a couple of things. I'm going to try to keep it short. The first one is on our consent agenda. I would just like to express my gratitude for format changes to the terminations list. The clarity for me was appreciated. Under proclamations, we did include Black History Month, and I'm grateful to all of the teachers and educators who are going through extra work to make sure that we are covering and appreciating the contributions of Black Americans in our history and in our lived experience today. Public comment tonight, I want to say thank you to JCEA and JESPA for taking advantage of the space that we provided for them to communicate with us about concerns specific to contract negotiations, and to our other speakers for their clarity in presenting their concerns with us this evening. I want to invite my fellow board members who have feedback for the DAC or questions to share with me, or specifically about how we use the work that they do to inform the work that we do. Please share that with me by February 17th so that I can be ready to attend the DAC meeting this month. I missed it last month. I know a lot of our families are struggling with illness right now. There's a lot of that going around, and I was also sick. That's why I missed the DAC meeting in January. But I'll be there next week. I I will also say, I've had 2 student town halls, one at Carmody Middle, which was amazing, to have a student-led town hall with middle school students and talk to them about leadership, what they know about being student leaders, what they want to learn, and talk to them about possibilities in the future for them to stretch their leadership skills. During that meeting, I did have a request for more attention to vegetarian meal options, and I said I would be a first follower and ask the question of that young leader, and so I just did it. And then I also had a town hall at Evergreen High School, and I got to spend some time with Tyler, who received an award tonight, along with some of his classmates, and had an amazing discussion. They wanted to know what the board actually does. They were actually very curious to know because they didn't feel like they knew. And then were asking me questions about how we create policy and what my opinions are about some of our policies, which I answered just for myself and not for the rest of the board. And then the other visit I did was to Dievelin to learn about their very unique and specific approach to doing education in that environment. And it's led me to have some curiosity and questions about our option schools in general. And so I'm going to hold off on my questions and not ask them now, but in the future. I also wanted to lift up that I attended the NSBA Advocacy and Equity Institute in DC, and really, really was impressed by all of the breakout sessions that were offered. They were fantastic. I would recommend it to anybody who serves on a board, a school board across the nation. Specifically, I attended breakout sessions about opportunities for elevating student voice with student board members who have full voting rights, and one of the presenters was a young woman who serves in Baltimore County. We're going to see her again in the future. She's outstanding. And we learned about a national organization that supports serving student board members. So I have some information from them, and I'm happy to share that with our JSLB folks. I also learned about the necessity for AI policies and some best practices regarding that. It's clear to me that even though I am uncomfortable with AI, given my age and my vintage with the technology, our students and our staff are using it. And so we need to acknowledge that, and we need to make sure that we have policies in place that will keep our students safe as part of our student safety discussion. I also went to a breakout session about civic engagement, curricular implications, and found out this fun fact, that for every $50 that are spent on STEM classes and STEM education, we spend 50 cents on civics education nationally. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. It's a thing that we could potentially address. And then I also had a chance to connect with board members across the nation, but also in Colorado, and getting to know other serving board members in our state, because we are facing similar budget issues within our state. It was really meaningful, some of the conversations that I had with fellow serving board members, and it makes me more excited to go back to CASB for the next time that we gather. I think that's all I'm going to say for now. Thankful to everybody who has stayed here late with us to 10:30 at night, and I'll pass it off to you, Director Varda.
Try to be really quick. I feel like I have to keep up. I also went to the Oberon reading, and then last night I went to conferences with the ELA teacher, and I couldn't stop telling her. I couldn't even talk about my own kid. I was like, these kids were so amazing. It was so great. They presented and had this 2 books that they were contrasting, and they were super nervous. One of them's in my carpool, so she was. So that was really fun. I also went, so the Pomona area the articulation area had hosted the Harlem Wizards and invited the elementary schools and then the high school, 612 now, and it was so much fun. I don't know if I should say it, sometimes feeling inappropriate, their humor was just off the charts, and I think everyone had so much fun, and it was really awesome to see an articulation area come together like that with the teachers and principals playing against the Harlem Wizards. The whole thing is scripted. It was just amazing, and it was jam-packed on a completely snowy night, so super fun. I've also been to some basketball games there, girls basketball recently. I was just going to kind of acknowledge, I've gone through the Enrolled Jeffco process this last time and felt some of the pain that I hear from some of the parents around like what order you get in. We were waiting for a Warren Tech application that we got waitlisted for, like my daughter, number 14, and then finally got in. So we went through all the emotions, and I really feel for the parents who like write to us and are upset about or happy with how it's going, but we feel it too, and it really is a process that has a logic, and so it works out in different ways. But I just wanted to acknowledge that our whole community has just gone through this Enroll Jeffco process. My highlight tonight, I think, was having Ralston House here. I loved having a community organization present alongside our cabinet and our district employees. I thought that was really awesome. One of my least favorite moments was learning about the water fountains at Slater, and I have lots of questions, and I can't wait to hear a follow-up with the district about that. So I would be here with those families if I didn't understand what the system was that puts those in place. So I'm just calling that out because that was a real difficult public comment to really just understand without knowing enough information. And last thing, I was invited by Engage Jeffco. They're doing a community conversation and asked me to come be their guest. And so I get to do that with them next week. So I'll get to know a little bit more about that parent group, that growing group. And I'm just really grateful that they are trusting me with that work. So that's it. Thank you.
All right. That brings us to the end of today's agenda, and we will stand adjourned. Our next meeting is a board retreat scheduled at 9:30 a.m. on February 21st at the Ed Center. Good night.